Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech. Did you know? According to recent studies, 73% of businesses face significant challenges with data migration during SAP implementations. This can lead to delays, increased costs, and even project failure. Today, we're diving into SAP S/4HANA Data Migration Consultant Training. This training is designed to equip you with the skills and knowledge needed to handle data migration projects effectively and efficiently. Efficient data migration is vital. Proper handling can cut project costs by up to 40%. It also improves data accuracy and reliability, crucial for informed decisions. In SAP S/4HANA, smooth migration ensures accurate transfer of historical data, maintaining business continuity and enhancing operational efficiency. This avoids data loss, ensuring seamless system function from day one. In this training, we'll cover key strategies for planning and executing data migration projects, top tools for efficient data migration, and best practices to avoid common pitfalls. By the end of this course, you'll have a comprehensive understanding of how to manage data migration projects successfully. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Understanding data migration. 2. Data migration techniques. 3. Data migration tools. 4. Mastering data migration. 5. Mastering data migration and best practices. Let's dive in.
What is data migration? That will be my first point. Why do we migrate data? Then what are the tools that I will be using for migrating my data? Why is SQL so important? And the basic SQL queries. Out of these five topics, I want to dedicate this session to this topic because without SQL, we cannot analyze data, and without data analysis, you cannot migrate data. That's the simple concept. So, what is migration? Let me start with the basic concept of migration. Migration is, for example, you have a system, you have some legacy system. I have ECC system, I can have Oracle system, I can have data in the form of Excel files, and now I want to migrate this data to S4 HANA system. Earlier, we used to move to ECC. Now, SAP has come up with a new system called S4 HANA system. So, we will be migrating this data, right? But there's a saying like data is the new oil, but before using this oil you have to extract it, transform it so that you can get the meaningful information from it. Everybody wants to have the data as clean as possible. If I extract my data from my legacy systems and there's a bad data, then there's no point of migrating this data to S4 HANA and spending millions of dollars. There is no point. My second point is like, why do we migrate data? First point is like bad data. I can have bad data. For example, I had 10,000 customers and vendors in my legacy system. Now, out of those customers and vendors, I'm not doing any transactions since 10 years or 20 years. Or some of my customers, some of my vendors are one time customers, one time vendor. Or there were some customers or vendors with whom I intended to do business, but later on, I'm not having any transactions with them. This is an unnecessary data residing in my systems. It's just slowing it up. I don't want this data into my new system. So the first point will be like bad data, right? I already mentioned what bad data is. Now, second thing can be like upgrades. SAP had ECC. Now SAP wants to move to S4 HANA system. So there's an upgrade, and SAP is, you can say like everybody has to move it by 2027. So there's an upgrade we have to move. In the future there can be like S5 or say Q10, something like that, and then we have to again migrate the data. So there will never be any point like when the data migration consultants will not be like relevant to SAP, because every time there will be data migration. Every time SAP has to come up with something so that it can remain in business. Second thing can be like upgrades. As I mentioned, whatever I'm mentioning, I want everyone to keep a note of this because this is going to help you in your interview processes as well. These are the questions that everybody asks, so please keep a note of this. And if anyone has questions, please don't be shy of asking. If you ask me a question 10 times, please don't hesitate. I don't mind any question. No question is silly for me. The third thing can be mergers and acquisitions. For example, Let's take an example of PepsiCo. PepsiCo acquired, say, Coca-Cola in future. It can be a possibility, right? Or it acquired some ABC company. Now, my ABC company is having data in some legacy system. Let's name that system as A. Now, Pepsi has data. Let us assume like Pepsi has data only in one system. We do not consider geographical locations as of now. We consider they have a system and it's named as B. Sometime later, they do like a merger with some other organization and their data is residing in C. Now, if I ask the data owners, hey guys, we need to take a decision. For example, the decision like which of the plants I need to close. Each and every business has to take care of its profits. If there's a plant that is manufacturing some data, sorry, that is manufacturing some materials and there is no sale associated with it, right? So there is no point of running those plants. Or there's a customer, I'm not doing any, say, transactions with that customer. So I need to prioritize like how I will be giving him the discounts, how I will be setting up my pricing conditions, right? So there can always be such scenarios. Now, if you tell the data owner, I need a report, so what he has to do, he has to go to system A, generate a report, go to system B, generate a report, go to system C and generate a report. These are three different reports. So overall, I don't have a single source of truth, right? How many resources do I need? I don't have a single source of truth. How many resources I need? I need for three systems, I need three different resources, or I need the same manpower of three, like for at which will be involving like three time frames, right? So this is not making any sense to me. Now consider some companies like maybe ADNOC, Abu Dhabi National Oil Company. They have close to 29 systems. How will they create these reports? How will they take business decisions? So what they want to do is like have a single source of truth. What they will do, they will just finalize or they will just analyze this data from legacy A, system A. They will analyze the data from system B. They will analyze this data from system C, and then they will take a call which data from A will go to S4, which data from B goes to S4, which data from C goes to S4. So how do we as data migration consultant take these decisions? For that, we have a term called DDM, data mapping documents, or we call this a data mapping document. Simple. Mapping documents. Mapping document is the Bible of any migration project. Okay. When I say Bible of any migration project, I mean whatever has been written in the document, my mapping document, I will be creating my programs based on that. If there is any deviation from it, it may result to errors, and that's not a good thing to do. So always stick to the mapping document. Now, what will a particular mapping document have? A mapping document will have the extraction criteria, which we also call as filter criteria. It can give me XREFs. Now, what is this XREFs? I will explain. Then it can give me mapping. Extraction criteria. What is this extraction criteria or filter criteria? For example, let us take an example of PepsiCo. PepsiCo has a source system A and it's having data of say 50 countries over there. Now it wants to migrate data in different pilots. In each pilot, it wants to move data for a particular country. For example, I have pilot one where, sorry, I have pilot one where I will be migrating the data for country US. Then in pilot 2, I want to do it for UK. Then in pilot 3, I want to do it for, say, Germany, so on and so forth. Now, in the mapping document, they will simply write a criteria or a filter. Hey, please migrate this data for country US. So in your landing, whenever we are extracting data from the legacy, we will filter based on this extraction criteria. In data migration projects, you will always find 4 documents. One is DDD, which we called as like mapping document. One is FS, which we call as functional specification document. One is TS, which we call as technical specification document. One is TUT FUT, which is unit testing document, technical and functional unit test document. I want to focus here first, mapping document. Now you might be well aware now, like what is a mapping document? Mapping document will have extraction criteria or filter criteria. It's simply an Excel file where I can have multiple sheets. In one of the sheets, you can maintain like, hey, this is version 1.1. What are the different changes happening? Because we want to keep track of each and everything in the mapping document. Because if at any later point of time, usually what happens is like if company A is doing the migration, company B will always have the audits. So they want to check if resources are doing the work as per the hours they have charged to the client. So we will always have version control in the extraction or DDD document, so that everybody knows, hey, there were some 200 changes. It's not like somebody will create a DDD and we will be migrating the data in a single go. It never happens. It has to undergo through number of changes. Some, for example, maybe for material master, you can have some 2-3 changes, but for transactional objects, you can have 20-30 changes. So you will keep track of everything using version control. Then extraction criteria will tell you like from which table you will be extracting what data. For example, if I take this example, I want to migrate the data for vendors. So my extraction criteria can tell me, hey buddy, please extract the data for country. So say for country US. Now my account group can be XXXX. Now my vendors should not be marked for deletion. I do not want to migrate vendors marked for deletion. So everything has to be there in the extraction criteria.
Sir, here you said mapping document, right? So is there any standard documents we are having, or we need to create,
It depends.
or SAP will provide?
No, SAP will not provide. Each company has a set of documentation. Usually they create a template of their own. For example, if you move data for PepsiCo, they will have a specific format. If you move for say Vodafone, they will have a specific format, but each and every company will be having a specific format for these 4 documents, and this formatting will always be maintained for throughout the project. So there is nothing like SAP will provide this. This is what the business owners or the functional consultants will create, and each company has a set of templates for this.
DDD means document definition, data definition documents. Am I right?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, you are. We call it DDD.
This this is for version control. So what does this mean?
No, version control is, for example, I have an Excel or a DDD, right? Somebody told me, hey, for material master, you have 2 tables in scope. One is Mara and one is MAKT. Now I migrated this data. Okay, this is my version 1. I will have a field like, okay, let me put it like this. I will have something like scope. Then I will have something like version. Then I will have something like date. In the first phase, they asked me move basic data. When I say basic data, I mean Mara and MAKT. That's it. I want to move the materials and I want to move their description. That's it. This is my version 1. I moved it on 20th of September 2020. Now, they told me later on, now we want to include Marcy as well. That is the plant data. Okay. This will be my version 2. Now the date will be say 20th of October 2022. So what this is trying to tell me is some efforts, say 10 hours, my developers took here to design this code. Then there was a version change. Now I had to add plant data as well. Now later on they might tell me, hey, add the sales data. I can have MVK data as well. Say this is version 3. I am doing this on 20th of 10, 2022. Now, when an audit team comes, they cannot question my efforts. Why this? When initially in the discovery phase, we had allocated 8 hours to material master. Why is this taking 15 hours? I have the question. Sorry, I have the answer now. Hey, 8 hours it took here, 2 hours it took here, and then 5 hours it took here. Every project will have version control so that whenever there is an audit, they keep track of the changes. Where our efforts, where did we put our efforts? How did we, basically, whenever any project starts, whenever any project, they bid for any project. For example, TCS is bidding for a project, or say, for example, Accenture is bidding for a project. They will say like, okay, we will give you 10 data migration consultants and they will take 1200 hours. Now after some time they start charging beyond 1200 hours. They charge for 1300 hours. How will you justify those 100 hours? How will the client pay you those 100 hours? They will go back to the version control. They will check, okay, there was a scope change. Now we change to this. Okay, now we added this more, these many functionalities. That is the main reason we should have version controlling in the data definition documents or mapping documents.
Here that suppose if you don't know the table names like Mara and all those stuff, because those are specific to that module. So will that table information, how to get that information when you're doing the data migration?
Data migration consultants need not to worry about that, because functional owners, when they design this DDD, they will give you all the details. Hey, this is the table, these are the joins, everything they will be giving it to you. You have to just go to data services and code. Table level details, you don't need to worry. In the mapping sheet, it will already be there. That is the work of functional consultants to do. They will create these DDDs. It's not in our scope.
Thanks, Brad.
Should I move to XREF? Okay, let me move to cross-referencing now. I want each and every one to keep a note of this. When I show you the configuration tables or the configuration checks, I want to explain you what is the difference between cross-references and the configuration checks. Most of the people are confused over here. Okay. So please keep a note of it. Whenever we discuss config tables or validations in data services, then if I don't remember, please ask me this question. What is the difference between cross references and configuration tables? Now, what is a cross referencing? Cross referencing is you are making data relevant to SAP. Simple as it may get. In your legacy system, okay, you can have something like a country as India, or you can have Germany, or you can have United Kingdom. SAP does not understand this language, you know. SAP doesn't know what India is. SAP has some configuration tables. For example, for country, there is a configuration table. We call these config tables. Whichever table mostly starts with T, it's a config table. Mostly. We call these config tables, we call these check tables. For example, for country, I have a config table T006. Now what happens inside T006 is there will be a field land one, then there will be a description to this field. Now for IN, it will be India. Now for US, it will be United States. For UK, it will be United Kingdom. Okay. Now, if my data is coming as India, I have to make it relevant to SAP, right? So I need to create some files which we call as cross-referencing files. So what I will do, my legacy data will be having United Kingdom. I will change this to UK. My legacy data will be having United States. I will change it to US. My legacy data will be having country as India. I will change it to IN, because SAP will not understand India, United States, United Kingdom, Germany. It's not going to understand that, because in our configuration tables, that is T006, we follow the concept of normalization. What is normalization? Normalization is like, if there's a country like United States of America, it's getting used in hundreds of tables, right? It's the basic SQL concept, normalization. So what we do is like, we configure this United country somewhere, we keep the big definition somewhere, and have a code for it. Then we use this code in the tables. It's easy for SAP to store US rather than storing United States of America. That's the basic fund of normalization. Do not go into normalization. We will discuss this when we discuss SQL. I am trying to make you understand what XREF is. Now, my functional consultants will again give me these XREF sheets. They will tell me this is legacy country and this is my target country or S4 country. And they will give me this in the form of Excel sheets, and they will give me data like this. So it will be target. I'm writing the other way around. Target, and this will be legacy. This is one simple example of country. I can give you one more example for plants. Legacy, then target. Suppose in the legacy system, they had a plant, say P1, they had a plant P2, they had a plant P3. Now they decided, hey, we don't want to migrate data for P1 system, or we want to dismantle P1 system, or we want to shut down P1 system. So whatever data is coming from P1 system, assign it to P2. Assign P2 to P2. Assign P3 to say P5. Okay. So this becomes my cross-referencing data. Cross-referencing data is you are changing your legacy data to target understandable data, what SAP understands. Because if you take this P1 from your legacy to target system, SAP will not understand this, because the business owners will not configure P1. You understand? They are not going to understand. They are not going to configure this, because they have already aligned on this, that the system P1 is going to be dismantled. And in the mapping sheets, in the DDDs, in the mapping documents, they will just tell you, hey guys, whatever is coming from P1, change it to P1. So this is cross-referencing sheets. You are making your legacy data relevant to S4 data. So if anytime somebody asks you what is cross-referencing, it's simply making your legacy data relevant S4. Okay, because I already told you this legacy data will never be configured in target system. The data that's on the right side, that is this P2, P2, P5. P2 and P5 will be configured in target system. If you take P1, your data will not load, and we mostly have these cross references for config fields like country, like plant, like region. Wherever there's a configuration, there are two types of fields in SAP. One is mandatory field, one is configuration field. I want to take you to SAP once. I will show you what is the difference. So this is SAP logon, this is my S4 system. Whenever you do any migration, first always go to SE11. Please remember these T codes. Keep a note of these. Just remember them as you know the palm of your hands, because this is important. For example, I want to migrate my data for Mara. I will go to SE11, I will hit Mara, I will do a display. Now, do you see the, please forget about mandatory. We don't care about mandatory. But apart from my mandatory, whichever field has a tick mark over here, it's a mandatory field for that table. So whenever you try to migrate data, you will always have a mandatory check on this field. In data services, we will do validations. So this field will always have a validation called mandatory validation, because if you take a null and try to migrate data, this is going to fail. Somebody from ABAP or SD or they might have questions on number ranges, but we can post material as null and the internal number will take care of that. But I don't want to go there as of now. If there is a field, let me take you to MAKT, because some of you might have a question. Hey, I can take Mara as null as well. Let me take MAKT. So in MAKT, that is my material description. You see, material has to have a value, and the language, that is pras, it should have a value. So whichever field has a tick mark over here, it means it has a mandatory validation. Then if I go to input health check, please remember this. These two tabs are really important. One is fields. This will always tell you which all fields has a mandatory check or a mandatory validation, and which all fields have a configuration check. If you see, you can see over here, check table T002. It means if you want to migrate language for a description, then that language has to be configured in T002. If you are trying to migrate some description and you choose the language as German, then German should be configured in T002. If you do not do that, your data is going to fail. Let me take you to this table, T002. Stras is language, 0 means Serbian, 1 means Chinese, 2 means Thai, D means German, E means English. So if you are trying to migrate your data for material description, and if you are trying to push language, then that language has to be configured here. This is what we called configuration checks. So I told you, please do not confuse yourself between cross-referencing and configuration checks. So what do we understand till now? Cross-referencing is simply making your data relevant to S4. Whatever data is coming from legacy, mostly for the configuration fields. I have already shown you how to check if a field is a configuration field or a mandatory field. If a field has a tick mark, it is a mandatory field. If you go to input health check in SE11, if it's having a check table over there, then it means it's a configuration field. So by the use of these cross-referencing sheets, again, these will be provided by your functional consultants. They will create these sheets and you have to change this data. India will change to IN. And if you see this IN, US, UK or language, this has to be configured in the system. If I take United States will not be there in the system. These records will fail. That's the reason XREF is simply making your data relevant to S4. And what is a configuration check? Simply whatever fields are there for your table that need to be configured, you have to check those fields. You have to validate those fields in your data services if that particular value is present in S4 or not. If currency, for example, I'm trying to move currency data, if that particular currency is configured in the system or not, if that particular plant is configured, if that particular country is configured. If you try to migrate data without these mandatory checks and this configuration checks, your data is going to fail. And please remember, in data migration, if we have 1,000 records and if you fail them in the preload validation, say 999 you fail, it's okay. But the remaining one record, it has to get loaded. if you are not able to load your data at the last moment, you are posing a risk to the overall process. Because what happens is like, if I am validating my data and sending this to my business, hey, your countries are not validated, sorry, configured, your currencies are not configured, they have the time to do it. But then I'm giving them a beautiful picture. Hey, your data looks picture perfect for me to load. And then when I go to load and it's not getting loaded, that's a risk, because you are not telling them upfront that your data is having the issues or your systems are not configured properly. Am I clear till XREFs? And am I clear like what is a cross referencing and what is a configuration check? Whenever I will pass my data through my validations will fail the data. In data services, we have a transform called validation. I want to take you there then, sir. Just give me a second. No, it's not. I will, but once I start with the data services, I will show you like how we validate this data using data validation transform, and you will get to know whenever I am passing my data through the validation transform, it will check your data against the cross references, it against the mandatory checks, against the bad data, against these configuration checks. And if a record is passing each and every validation, then and only then I call that data as load ready data or enriched data. If it's failing any of the validation, I will fail that. For example, somebody is trying to ask me, hey, please migrate the data for telephone numbers, and somebody is giving me telephone number like 8 characters, or somebody is giving me like 0000, say 11 characters. I will fail this data because I will always have a format check. I will have different checks in my bots or data services. One is mandatory check. I already spoken about it. Like, what is a mandatory check? Whatever SAP has primary keys or tick marks, that is a mandatory field. So that should not be null, right? It cannot go blank. Second thing is cross references XREF check. I will talk about this in a moment. Third is configuration check. Config check is something like you are checking your data, whatever you got after transforming your data from legacy to S4 relevant. You change your country from India to IN. Now you will check if this IN exists on T006 or not. So in your validation transform, we do this. We do a configuration check. We do a lookup on T006, and then we check if this data is there in the S4 HANA system or not. If it's not there, it will fail. Then we can also have like format checks. For example, I know like my telephone number should be 10 digits. If it's less than or greater than 10, I will fail this data. So we have all these provisions in data services. Now somebody might ask me, hey, what now if you are having a config check, then why am I even having an XREF check? I want to give you an example. For example, I am told, hey, Brad, please change this country. This is my legacy. Now, this is my country underscore target. In my mapping document, they mentioned, hey, please migrate the vendors for account group, say X001. Now, when I am getting the account group X001, I am getting the countries United States, I am getting India, I am getting Germany, I am getting Poland, for example. Now, in the this is for account group. Please consider this as account group. When I put a basic filter, they did not give me any filter on the country. They asked me, hey, please move the data for account group X001. Now for this particular account group, I am getting 4 different countries. Okay. But in the XREF sheets, they only gave me, if there is India, please change it to IN. If there is Germany, please change it to D. Now, when I try to transform my data, for US, I don't have any S4 data, right? I don't have any S4 data for United States as per their XREFs. So for United States, I will get null or blank because they have not given me any target value for United States. For India, I will get IN. For Germany, I will get DE. And for Poland, again, I will get null. So what I will do, I will have an XREF validation wherever my legacy data is not null, but my S4 data is coming out to be null. It means they have not given me the cross-referencing for that. I will go back to my business owners. I will ask them, hey buddy, you have given me account group X001. Out of that X001, I see I have 4 countries showing up in my data. You only gave me that configuration or XREF for 2 countries, India and Germany. How about United States and Poland? Then my business owner will analyze this data and he can come up with 2 answers. One, hey, sorry, mate, I forgot to give you the United States cross-referencing, and he will add cross-referencing for US here. Or he can tell me, please do not worry about US and Poland. As of now, these 2 countries are out of scope. So I will fail these 2 countries so that I don't migrate them to S4 HANA system because they are out of scope. They will not be having any configuration for US or Poland over there. So that is how we make use of XREF checks. So it's a right hand thumb rule. Whenever you have an XREF on any field, for example, plant, you will always get 2 fields in your transforms, or you will always get 2 fields in your tables. One will be legacy, one will be target. For example, country legacy, country target, plant legacy, plant target. And whenever your plant target is coming as null, it has to fail in the cross-referencing validation. How these different validations work in BODS? When we have a session on BODS, I will explain each and everything. But I want you to take the concept as of now. How do we validate data? Because it's very important to validate data. I will again repeat. If you have 10,000 records and you are failing 9,999, I don't care. But if you are passing, if you are telling me as a business owner, hey Brad, one record is load ready, you should be able to load that record. You should never do like 10,000 out of 10,000. You are not keeping the proper validation checks, and then you are telling me 9,000 are load ready, and when you try to load, you are failing 8,000. That's not a good thing to do. That's not what a good data migration consultant will do. What a good data migration consultant will do, he will always keep his validations up to the mark. Be it mandatory validations, be it configuration checks, be it format checks, be it XREF checks. Am I clear till now?
I have one doubt, sir.
Sir,
Hello?
please go ahead.
Sir, can you come down slowly? In that Excel, you have shown that for the country underscore legacy, here they have provided you the data India and Germany, right? Out of 4 countries, they have provided for India and Germany, right? For X reference, I am talking about. When we try to upload the data, India and Germany will get updated. Okay, but for United States and Poland, you will get null or blank. So once you go
Not
to the business
uploaded.
owner,
No. I never use the word upload. I use the term transform. There is a difference between upload. We are not even going to S4 as of now. I'm just trying to explain you what are the different validations we have in BODS. Please don't confuse yourself. We are not taking this data to S4. We are just validating this data in data services. So it's not like I will go ahead and load this data as null to the S4 HANA system. Then what's the point of creating a preload error file? You will not load it. See, I want to focus. I want you particularly to focus on this thing. We will land data. Okay, landing will happen. Then in the landing, you will have some basic extraction criteria, right? Like country is this, account group is this, basic extraction filters for here. Then you will transform your data, plus you will validate your data. The moment you transform your data and validate your data, inside the transform, what can happen? You can use XREFs. I already told you, you can change. What is transform basically? Transform is you are changing your data, right? In legacy, there is some data in from the S4 point of view. You are changing that data. You can change a country from India to IN, or you can change like customer number is starting with 10. You want to change it to and start it with 9. You can change data. That's the transform. Simple. So how can you transform a data? You can simply use Xrefs, or you can have some basic transformations like, hey, if my account group is starting with or my account group is A001, then please have the vendor name as demo, something like that, right? You can have some manual transformations, some basic transformations over there.
Okay.
Then you can
Got
have
it, sir.
you can have 4 different validations. Usually we have 3, but I will show you how to keep the format validation as well. Usually you will have mandatory validation, cross-referencing validation, and config validation. The moment you are validating your data, you will always have 2 reports. One is preload success, one is preload fail. And please understand the process. This is the overall data migration approach. We land the data or we extract the data from legacy. We transform the data, we validate the data. The moment you validate your data, you will always have 2 files. One is preload success, which will be load ready data. Preload fail, this is a fail data, right? Both these reports, they will go to business owner. Your business owner will validate both these files. If the preload success looks good to him, he will give you a green signal to load this data to S4. If the data does not look good to him, he will raise a ticket in Zaira. He will tell you, hey, these transformations are not looking correct to him, or this extraction criteria is not looking correct to him. Please change the data or change your transformations. Then he will look at the preload fail report or preload error report. He will check why the data is failing. Okay, this configuration is missing. Okay, for this particular plant, we are not giving him the cross references. Then he will tell you, okay, let's keep this as out of scope. As of now, let's proceed with the preload success file. Then, based on the green signal from business, you will load your data. At this moment of time, you will hit your S4. After you hit your S4, you will again create a report which we call as reconciliation report. What is a reconciliation report? You try to move vendors, you try to move a vendor name, say PepsiCo. You try to move its 50 fields. How does the business know whatever you intended to load is exactly getting reflected in S4? What if you try to move a vendor description PepsiCo, but the system can only accommodate 5 characters? So it will be like Pepsi, right? The business needs to know whatever you have loaded, is it getting reflected or not? So we will touch this recon report once we are into DODS or data services when we start that. But inside this in core, when I take the core out of it, is simply a report where you will be matching your legacy data and S4 data, and each and every field should match. Once each and every field matches, your business owner will give you a green light. Okay, my data is looking good in my S4 now. It's matching with the legacy data. So this completes the circle. You understand? It's not like we will go ahead and just load this data.
Have there any challenges or issue related to managing cross-reference, and how have they been addressed? And what are the some best practices for creating and using cross-reference effectively?
These cross-reference files, these will be shared with the data migration team along with mapping document by the functional team. Functional owner is responsible for creating these cross-referencing fields. That is point 1. Now, when we receive these cross-referencing files, what we do is we dump this data into some table. Say I name it as PL underscore plant underscore xref, and I keep it in my HANA studio. Then I will make use of this table in order to manipulate my data. I already touched upon it. When we validate our data, if there is an X-ray failure, we go back to the functional owner or the business owner. We tell him, hey, this validation is there and you have not provided me the cross-referencing for these many records. He will tell me whether these records are out of scope for that particular pilot or he needs to update the crossref. If he updates the crossref, then you have to update that data into a table. I already told you we can load data from an Excel file into our HANA Studio table. I will update that Excel. The moment I run my job, that data in my TBL underscore country underscore xref will get updated and I am good to go. But I will not let any of the records pass through my validations or go into my load ready data for which the cross referencing is not given, because it means either that is out of scope or they have not given or they forgot to give me the cross references, because for those particular countries or plants the configurations will not be there in the SAP. They do not want to move data for those countries or those plants, and it makes no sense for me to even try to load this data. All in all, up till now, everything is being managed by the functional owner. He has to manage the DDD. He has to manage the cross references. If there are any changes to the cross references, he will let us know. If there are any changes to the DDD, he will let us know and he will maintain it in the version control. Hey, on this particular day, there was a change in scope. Now we added country Poland to the migration scope, so that we know what all efforts were there to deliver this particular object.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
So when they give me the cross referencing, what they will do over here is they will do something like this. Data cleansing is a separate topic. Let's not touch base that. So what they can do is like they can give me United States, map it to US, again United States, again map it to US. So when my system, when my data services checks the data United States, it will have a lookup on United States and convert it into US. Again, when it has United States without space, it will make it US. So that's how they are going to maintain their cross-referencing. Let's not touch base the data cleansing as of now, because for that we have a separate session called information stewards, how they will get to know about all this and how they can go and clean their data. But as of now, for the sake of simplicity, they will just maintain two line items over here or two records over here, one with a space and one without a space, and both will be mapped to US. Can somebody help me to understand like how I can get rid of this, the switch between apps? This is, I don't know why this is coming in between. Okay, perfect. Now let me then touch my mapping document. If no one is having, see, I don't want to rush through this. Please ask me thousands of questions. I seriously don't mind questions because I don't want to rush. I want each and everyone to understand. Even if you learn maybe 60%, it really means a lot to me. But please question me, ask me questions, no matter how silly the question is, because no question is a silly question. Even if you ask me any basic question, I would be glad, because this is not only a learning for you, I am myself learning something from you.
Let's assume we are moving from ECC to S4 and we have some data in ECC. And I'm just trying to understand in which stage we are preparing these X reference tables, because you need to
this is the discovery phase. In the
discovery, right?
phase, what we will do in order to initialize your data migration is simply 5% of the work. 95% of the work has to be done before. So let me start with the discovery phase to answer your question. So what happens with the discovery phase is we simply get all the data. We extract all the data relevant to that particular pilot. For example, if I have a pilot for UK, I will extract all the data for UK. If I have a pilot for say plant is equal to 2222, I will extract all the data for 2222. Then I will write some rules in information stewards and I will analyze my data. what I will analyze is, if any plant is getting, I'm just giving an example, okay? There will be thousands of rules that I will be writing in information towards just to come up to the concept of DDD, extraction filters, data harmonization, and these XREFs. Please don't get confused. I will touch base on everything. So what I do is, like, I will extract all the data. I will write some rules in my information stewards. I will analyze that data. Then I will come to know what what my DDD will actually look like. For example, I analyzed my data and I found out from my plant 2000, nothing is getting manufactured from the last 2 years. Then what decision will the business owners take? They will come up with a plan. Okay, let's dismantle this. Now, what if I'll be having some 2000 materials that were created 6 years before? They are still tagged to this plant 2000. So what they will tell me, okay, from the first point, if I analyze my materials, I found out for plant, please try to understand this concept. How I come up to this DDD, extraction criterias, data harmonizations, cross-referencing. First, I will go into my discovery phase. I will try to discover how, in the discovery phase, data owners have to take a call whether they will go ahead with the data migration or they have to first clean up their data. They set different parameters for it. For example, some business owners decide, okay, if our data is 60% clean, we will go ahead with mock 1. Then for mock 2, we will do the cleansing and we will reach up to 70, 80%. And then when we are going for the actual cutover, our data should be 100% clean. So they set different timelines for that. Suppose in my discovery phase, I found out, okay, my data is 60% clean. I will go with the data migration. So what they will do, they will, first of all, they will analyze their data. Suppose they analyze for plant 1001, no data is being manufactured from past 5 years. But when I go to their legacy system and check, I see 1000 materials still have the plant 1001. Now they took a decision. Okay, we don't want this plant 1001 in target system. I tell them by my reports, okay, if you are not going to have this configured in your target system because you are dismantling this, what will happen to these 1000 materials? Then they decide, okay, let's create a cross-referencing. What they do in the cross-referencing is they will say, okay, whatever material is for plant 1001, change it to 2002. So this forms the basis of cross-referencing, or this we call it in a broader term, data harmonization. How do we harmonize data? How do they take up the calls? If I have some 200 plants, which plant to set up in my S4? Which plants will get dismantled? And if all the dismantled plants, if there are some 2000 materials, how are we going to migrate them? Because they need those materials. You can even ask me a question. Okay, they thought like, okay, 1001 plant is not going to have, configured in S4 HANA system. Let's not migrate these 1000 materials. Let's make them out of scope, or let's mark them as marked for deletion in legacy system and just ignore these 1000 records. But what if they created a material maybe in 2006 and they sold it to someone and they have given a guarantee for this material for the next 30 years? What if the customer comes back? If for a material, so for example, they created a material in 2020 and now they want to shut down this plant. They sold this material way back in 2020, no material being sold since 2020, but for that one particular material, they have given a warranty of 10 years. Even if their, customer comes back in 2000, say from 2020, he comes back in 2029, they still have to give the warranty, right? So they still have to create this material. So these type of decisions we take in the data discovery or the discovery phase, where we will bring up our cross references. We will decide on the data harmonization. We will discuss on all the materials, customers, vendors, cost centers, everything, work centers, everything will be decided, like what will be the scope and how these data will be migrated.
Yeah, so just the second one, sorry. So let's say we need to put a target value in the cross-reference table. So we are starting this exercise in discovery phase. Let's say we have a plant 1, and then this will be converted to another plant as per the new configuration in S4. So it will be, let's say, as plant 5 or 6, but we don't know it this at the beginning of discovery or during the discovery. It will be clear during realize phase maybe. So this cross-reference,
it will be clear during the discovery phase, like how they are going to change the plants, how they are going to change the countries. It will be all done during the discovery phase. The scopes will be set during the discovery phase.
but the functional scope, let's say the new plant code in the target S4 will be available during discovery?
No, it's not like no. At the beginning, everything is a documentation, right?
Yep.
They will just create the documents. Okay, we have 1001 plant, it will be 2002 in the system. Then once they take up a call, okay, now we want to migrate data. Before any data migration starts, the functional owners, they will set up the systems. They will do the configuration. Even before us, there will be teams who will be designing the systems, who will be defining, configuring, everything will be done. That's the reason I told you data migration is just 5% of the overall implementation work. That is at the end when everything has been decided. But everything in the discovery phase will be in the form of PPTs, Excels, documentation, so that they will then come up with their DDDs, cross-referencing, mapping sheets, and then they will let us know like how to migrate the data, because they are setting up the stage.
Okay, so discovery phase for data migration. So for the functional team, it might be explore phase, but for data migration, discovery phase is just unique for the data migration consultants, right? So
It's like
everything
we are
should
not
be clear.
mostly data migration teams are not in picture at that very moment of time. Only the information steward team is there who will help them with creating the reports, like how their data looks like. If I take you here, I already have my information steward set up. For example, I try to understand, this is my I try to land, this is my Mara table. I landed it from my ECC system into my HANA studio. Then I will write, I will touch base this tomorrow. We have a 2-hour session on information stewards tomorrow. I will try to explain each and everything, like how this works. Just a moment. So this is the information steward. We have this beautifully set up here. And then what we can do is, for example, I landed some data. This is internally connected with HANA Studio. And in HANA Studio, I extracted my data. If you want to, as of now, for the sake of testing, I extracted 3 records. Okay, this is my material. Now I can write, for example, they decide, okay, for material group, X is equal to blank. They don't want to migrate the data, or they want to check how many in the discovery phase. As of now, I'm focusing on discovery phase. In the discovery phase, they want to check how many materials have a material group that is marked as blank. Then we will write some rules inside information stewards, and once we write the rules, we pass the data through information steward rules. It gives me a score, so this is the score. As of now, I have written a rule for the sake of testing. It's giving me a score of 0. It means nothing is passing. If I want to see the data that is failing, so this is the score. For example, as of now, I wrote a rule on material is not null, or material is not null. So if there is any material which is having a material number as null, it should fail. I will show you tomorrow how to write these rules. I will tomorrow write a rule on material group. If material group is not a value, it's blank or it's null, those many records should fail. Then based on those rules, I will get a score. The more it will be based off 10. If I get a score of 6, it means 60% of my data is failing. As of now, I'm only showing you data for one table, that is Mara. trust me, we are going to have in real data migration project, there will be 1000 2000 tables, there will be 1000 2000 reports, and on top of these reports we set up a scorecard. And then for each object, the moment we set up a scorecard, it will tell me, okay, this is the data conformity, this is the data accuracy. We set up all those things inside the information stewards, and it helps the business owners to take a decision, okay, whether we should go ahead with the data migration or we should focus on data cleansing. Okay, if these many materials are failing because of this rule, then how do we clean the data? We will even tell them, hey, this is the data that is failing as of now, please go to your legacy systems and do the cleansing. So they will clean this data based on our suggested rules, or the rules that we have written in the information stewards. Everything is going to happen in the discovery phase. As of now, data migration teams are not even in scope. They are just, I mean to say, they will be coming, but later at some point of time. As of now, the data migration will not be there. It will be all we are all preparing for the in the discovery phase for to in order to create these DDDs, XREFs, to take the calls, how to clean the data, what type of cleansing is needed. Everything will be decided in the data discovery phase. Please go ahead.
So if apart from S4HANA, if the company is implementing anything else like MDG or any other upgrades, so how will it affect as a migration consultant? So what is something that will come into our plate or anything that we should look into?
MDG is simply, it's like a packaging, ultimately the same SAP system, but we are only moving master data to MDG system. Why should we move master data to MDG system? Just to make sure we don't make the data bad again. If I give access to 100 customers or 100 users, they might make my data bad again. They might change the phone number to 000. They might change the email IDs to 123@gmail.com, something like that. So what happens is, like, SAP recommends using MDG system so that we can move customers, vendors, materials to MDG system. Then internally, what happens with the use of interfaces, we replicate this data from MDG system to S4HANA system, and then we migrate transactional data to S4HANA system. So S4HANA system, when the master data is usually stable, it seldom changes, right? But transaction data can change. So we give the access to S4HANA system to all the users, but whosoever is a data owner, for example, each region has a data owner, he will only have the access to use or change MDG data. So by doing this, what SAP wants to do is, like, it wants to eliminate bad data. If I am spending millions of dollars to migrate my data, to clean my data, then somebody again is going to make it bad. And a new consultant may come in, he might write some transactions and he might again damage my master data, right? The best way to do that is keep that in an MDG system and then do the replication and do the transaction data loads into the S4HANA system. It's just a way of saving data. Otherwise, when you look at the infra, it's everything, it's just two systems. We call one as MDG, we call one as S4HANA. From the data migration point of view, same thing. IDOCs, BAPIs, we use and load it.
Okay. But they have a different tool, I believe, consolidation. I believe for MDG, there is a different tool for, or is it something similar to whatever we use for migration, like LTMC and LTMC?
See, you can even use BAPIs and IDOCs to migrate data to S4HANA, MDG system. But usually we have a different teams for MDG and they take care of that data. It's again, only data migration consultants will be doing that, but they have some specific MDG tools what SAP has designed, and they take use of those tools to expedite all the processes. So MDG is a different world altogether.
Yeah. So as migration consultant, we cannot be part of that team, right? Unless we know the MDG tools stuff.
I don't think it that should be a concern. If you want to be in any team, sky is the limit. If you're open to learning, who can stop you? If you give me tomorrow, I don't know ABAP. If you tell me tomorrow to learn ABAP, I think I will take a week or maybe 2 weeks or maybe 3 weeks, but at least I will learn something, right? I can start working. So if you're open to learning, nothing is going to stop you. I would suggest, if you are, if you can, please go ahead and get trained in MDG as well, because that's a hot skill as of now.
Okay, sure, Brad. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Should I touch on mapping documents, or anyone has any questions till now? Okay, finally I am there. Thank you. So what is a mapping document? A mapping document is like, I have a table, say Mara, it has 170 different fields. I do not want to migrate all my fields to S/4HANA because that makes no sense. If you look at the legacy system, 60 to 70% of fields do not have a value. It's like it will be either null or it will be zero, system generated. So what we do in the mapping document, the functional owners, they will map each and every field from legacy to target, and then they will write a transformation if any for the field. For example, we have different sections. It's simply an Excel sheet, simple. There will be source on the left, sorry, there will be target on the left side or source on the left side. Then they will keep a source on the right side, and then they will keep the mapping, everything inside a sheet. Then they will keep a transformation. Here, from the target side, they can write something like, okay, they can write mara.matner. From the source, it's coming from matner, mara.matner. Mapping is 1:1. So whatever is coming from the legacy, please map it. Transformation can be not applicable here. Then they can give me, okay, mara.means, unit of measure. It's coming from mara.means. Now it can be transformation. Let me just say, like, there will be no transform, but they are giving me something like use xref. They will mention something like this xref. So what they will give me, they will give me a sheet for unit of measure, and I have to that sheet, xref sheet, will already be there in the DDD, and they will give me a cross referencing. Okay, if there is a unit of measure like piece, change it to say each, change kg to say gram, something like that. So they will give me a cross referencing. Or for example, there is a field like means, sorry, mara dot material group. It will be coming from mara dot matcal. Then they can say like not applicable. Not applicable is this field is out of scope, or they can write simply out of scope. Okay, here it is. So what mapping document does is, it will just give me the mapping from source to target. Okay, there is a matner field in source. It has to be mapped to the target matner. Unit of measure has to map with unit of measure. For example, they have something called as we have something called as material dot old material number, right, in S4. Or I can say like maktg, something like makt.maktx, something like that description. They want to tell me, okay, take it from mara dot old material number, something like that. They will tell me, okay, this is the field from legacy, you have to map it to this field in the target. Each and every field will have a mapping. If it's in scope, it can either have 1:1, or it can have any transformation, it can have any cross referencing. But if there are some fields that are not in scope for migration, they will simply write it as not applicable. So when you create your jobs in data services, you will not worry about these fields. You will not migrate them. You will not configure them in your iDocs. You will not validate them. As of now, I'm giving you an example for Matcal, but there can be 50-60 fields for each table, for example, for vendor there might be maybe 180 190 fields, so each and every field will not be migrated. Now now the question can be, how do they decide whether this field will be in scope or not? Again, they will go back to the discovery phase. You know what usually these business owners do? They take a dump of the data, and then they analyze each and every field. If there is a field where 100% of the data is blank, they will simply make it out of scope. If there is a field, for example, telephone number, 90% of the records is having a telephone number, but 10% of the records are blank. So they will go back and they will ask their data owners, hey, please correct the data. we can see 90% is having value, but 10% is not having value. Please update the telephone numbers for these customers or vendors. That is the part of data cleansing. So this is how they create these mapping documents. Mapping document is nothing, simply how do we map legacy table field to the target table field, and whether there is any transformation involved, whether there is any cross-referencing involved, or whether it's out of scope or in scope. Usually, how do they come up with this? They take the dump of data from ECC systems, or they can ask us to take the dump of these data from these tables, and then they can ask us to create the reports. What we do is like we analyze based on each field. If any field, for example, Mara means unit of measure, 100% of the records are null, we tell them, we cannot tell them, or we just suggest them, you can mark this as out of scope because there is no data in your legacy system maintained for this. If the data is like 80% of the fields or 60% of the fields, if for a field 80% of the records have a data, we then suggest them, please have some data cleansing in your legacy so that we can migrate the correct data. Now, when it comes to data cleansing, I want to touch base on two things. Usually what business owners do is, from the data cleansing point of view, they can tell you, okay, we can do the data cleansing, but as of now, we try to migrate the data, we try to clean the data. They will commit to you, okay, by 1st of July, we will be cleaning 100% of the data. But when we reached 1st of July, they find out they could only clean 90% of the data. Now there's a tight schedule, they cannot stop data from migrating. So what they usually do is like, if they've cleansed 100% of the data, we are good. But what if they cleansed only 90% of the data? They could not clean the maybe descriptions, they could not clean the telephone numbers. So what will they do? Then they will get these reports, okay, these many vendors, these many customers, we could not clean the data. Then they will do something like they will go to S4 later on and they can clean the data over there. But ultimately the first priority of each and every data owner should be like they need to have the clean picture perfect data in their S4 HANA system. Mostly 99% of the client, they will clean the data and then go ahead with the production loads. But sometimes once in a blue moon, 10% of the client, they cannot complete this data cleansing because of tight schedule. Then they go to S4 HANA systems and they update these descriptions, they update these telephone numbers, and that can also be a way forward. Am I clear on mapping documents, mapping template? How does it work? Sometimes I have seen in like for pricing, okay, I can give you an example. For pricing, we have different tables, A620, say A621, A728. Now it might happen like you take some of the fields from A62 in the source and you migrate it to A621. Then what will happen? From the target system, you will have the mappings for like A621 dot this partner, A621 dot sales org, A621 dot something. But from the source point of view, they will write A728, A728. What does this mean? This means from the source system, you have to extract A728, and then these many fields, you have to dump it into S4 HANA system, or you have to load S4 HANA system A620 table. So what I'm precisely trying to explain here is, for example, in case of pricing, it might happen like they can tell you, okay, A620.matner in the target, it should come from A728.matner. What means is, from the source point of view, you will extract this and ultimately you will load this data into A620 table. So mapping document is like a Bible for us. Whatever has been committed in the mapping document, your code, your reports, your loads, everything should be in accordance to the mapping document. If there is any deviation from it, always have a habit. If there is any deviation, please get the DDDs updated or get these things on your emails. Otherwise, what the function owners might do at later point of time, they told you to do like this change, They forgot to do it in the mapping document, and when there are production loads, everybody says like, hey, how come this field has been loaded null, or how come this field is having value like X, because it was verbally communicated. So what, never do that, because it's going to fire back on you. Whatever is in the DDD, do that. And if there are any deviations from the DDD, ask your functional owners to document it in DDD, and then have the version controlling.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a standard approach for data migration to S4HANA? Option A, greenfield. Option B, brownfield. Option C, blue field. Option D, red field. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Ready to master SAP S4HANA Data Migration Consulting? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace with us. In this training, dive deep into SAP S4HANA Data Migration Consulting. It's your toolkit for seamless data transitions, ensuring everything lands where it needs to be. We cover it all, from fundamentals to advanced techniques, crafted by seasoned experts. Our instructors are industry veterans, dedicated to your learning journey and here to support you every step. Join countless satisfied learners who have found our course invaluable. And the best part? It's budget-friendly, offering top-notch learning without the hefty price tag. Become a SAP S4HANA Data Migration Consultant Pro today. Enroll now on our site. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Tell them like, hey, this is the work I was doing on this object, blah, blah. Did I complete this mapping document?
Quick question. So it sounds like, is there any out-of-box, any tool from SAP? Like I can imagine like fetching all these data, deciding which fields are mandatory, which fields needs to be filled up before passing on to S4. All these activity, it looks like it's doing it on Excel sounds like a nightmare. Like, is there any tool for that?
No, it's not like Excel. I'm saying when you go to information stewards, I was just giving an example for Excel, but usually it will be done in information stewards. They will be writing some rules on top of the data to understand how their data looks like, and then they take a call what type of field, how many fields will there be in the scope of migration. Everything, 99% of the clients, they will do it in information stewards. But if there are budget constraints, they may ask their functional resources or somebody to do it in Excel. I have seen some organizations, some big organizations doing this activity in Excel because the client is not ready to pay them. It costs for the licenses, So the only option left for them is like going to the Excel and then writing some cute macros and helping the client. Because if the client is not paying them, what can they do?
And SAP Information Steward comes as a part of which? Is it part of BTP? Like if I'm a customer, will I get it as a out-of-box service or with the cloud, or I need to buy it?
I think I don't think, buddy, I'm the right person to answer this question. I really don't know. I think, yeah, but it's usually like whenever there's any client, they will acquire the licenses from SAP. If they don't have the licenses, if they are going to SAP for the first time, then they choose these big like service partners. SAP has used a term called service partner or partners, SAP partners. Then these SAP partners already have these licenses. They can just do your work, but ultimately they will be getting all the licenses used, SAP BODS licenses, then MDG licenses, information steward licenses. They will get it for you. The only thing that the client has to do is like pay. That's it. Everything will be taken care of by these service partners.
In the document, if there are any transformation rules like the date will be, in the sending system will be DDMMYY, but the receiving system will be MMDDYY. So that rules, do we need to put it in the DDD document?
Everything. If you are trying to tell me change capital P to small p, you have to mention that in the DDD. If you are trying to tell me change plant P001 to P002, it might sound a small change to you, but from the migration point of view, whatever is in the DDD, I will personally only do that, because I have seen some people verbally committing, hey, do this, and then at the very last moment, when we migrate our data to the production system, it impacted down the line downstream objects, and then there was nobody who could take it up. Hey, nobody is like, I told him to do it, because nobody will take a blame. The best way for any data migration consultant is stick to DDD. Whatever is in DDD, if it's wrong, you know it's wrong, have a word with your functional consultants, have a word with the data owners. Hey, I would suggest you doing this rather than doing that. But do not go over the DD, because if it's going to impact downstream objects, it's definitely badly going to impact you. Nobody listens to the data migration consultants at the end. I have personally seen this. There will definitely be some impacts. So please do not do anything beyond the DDD. Take your DDDs as Bibles. If there is an XREF, implement it. If there is any change or any transformation, implement it. You know it's wrong. Have a word with your functional owners, get it corrected, but on your own, do not do anything. And keep everything well documented. That's definitely going to help you down the line, because nobody is going to blame you later on. Hey, why did you do this and why didn't you do that? Because it happens in data migration projects. Sometimes downstream objects get affected and everybody comes and sits on the head of data migration resources, and it's not their fault. They have been communicated verbally like do this, they do it, but then it backfires. So best is stick to DDD. Any questions before I just jump to SQL?
Suppose we are migrating data from ECC to S4 HANA. So in S4 HANA, there are some new tables. So at that time, how we can do the mapping? For example, price underscore element is that this is not there in the ECC.
I got it. For example, no. First thing is, if these fields are not in ECC, how can you have the data for these fields? If they are in S4, then I don't care. But the other way around can be true. You have some Z fields or custom fields in your legacy. Now these fields are not there in standard SAP tables, S4 tables. Then that can be a scenario, not the other way around. You don't have data for some tables, even if it's present in S4, I don't care. But you have some Z fields in your legacy, you don't have those custom fields, Z fields in your target. Then what we do is, like, if you are using a BAPI, we ask the functional owners or ABAPers to get a wrapper created, and they create a wrapper using the standard BAPI. They implement some code changes, they map these new fields, and they create these new fields. ABAPers create these new fields in the S4HANA system, and then you can migrate the data. If there is an IDOC, again the ABAPers come and they do some enhancements to the IDOC. You can use the same IDOC, and then based on those enhancements, you will just push in the data for those custom fields, Z fields, and it will get loaded. That's that's in the scope of ABAPers. We don't do that. If even if you see, like, hey, I'm using a BAPI and it's not having some fields, particularly Z fields, then ABAPers come into picture. Same thing goes for LTMC. Yes, if you have some fields, you don't see that in the template, you usually some people say, like, okay, as a data migration consultant, I will go to LTMOM or some other transactions in SAP Fiori, I will do that. But I would say, go to your ABAPers, they will do it. It's not in our scope. Like enhancements, wrappers, or moving the document. Sometimes there might be a case like they have some documents in their legacy system and they want you to move those documents. We can link a document, but we don't migrate the document. That's not in our scope. So we don't need to worry about these things.
Just one query. Do we have any standard documents provided by SAP regarding this DDD, like instead of?
No, it's not like SAP will not be providing any documentation.
I mean, most of the tables in ECC and S4 will be the same. So, kind of mapping documents which are provided. Like, we will have different mapping document based on the methodology we use, right? Like, if it is IDOC, the structure and all will be different. So, there will be a difference.
I got your question, sir.
Yeah.
But the simple answer is no. because each and every organization, they have a documentation of their own. And say for example, I need to migrate data for Pepsi. They will approve one documentation, but Coca-Cola might not like that. They like red color, and PepsiCo likes blue color, and SAP doesn't want to fall into that. What each and every client will have is like they will have a separate template for different templates, so what each and every organization do, they have these documentations in their systems. They use those. For example, I'm working in a project A. Now when I move to project B, we have a repository, where we have all these templates stored up, the templates. Then we take use of those templates. Each company has its template. Accenture can have a set of templates. SAP doesn't provide this, and as a data migration consultant, we don't need to care about that. It's all for the functionals. They do it. It's a simple Excel file having 4 different sheets, one version control, one XREF, one DDD, and some extraction filter criteria. I will get this document.
Second query is regarding the best practices. Like if the source system or the legacy system is ECC, then that's fine. Like if the legacy system is some third-party vendor where they don't have SAP in place, they might have some other means, like they have some other tool or something. In that case, are there any best practices that we need to follow for this DTD? Or is it good?
Buddy,
Yeah.
SAP in itself is the best practice. What SAP does is, the best thing about SAP is like they have Mara table. If you are PepsiCo or Coca-Cola, it's Mara table. You have to bring your data in accordance to SAP. Now you can have some like Z fields, that's a different question. But it's not like if there is a legacy partner, there's a partner who's coming up, or there's a client who is coming up, he has legacy system as Oracle, then he has to map this data based on SAP, because SAP does not deviate from its standard procedure. If they have their legacies, say they have some 3000 fields in their table, because if somebody is maintaining his data in Excel, he can have n number of fields, but he has to just when creating the DDDs, when creating the mapping document, he has to map according to SAP. Whenever you go to SAP, for example, I want to migrate the data, I will always go to SE11. If I have to move my data for materials, I will go to Mara, because this Mara, MAKT, MARC, everything will be written in the DDT. Not our job, functional owners will do it. The moment you see these tables, I go here and then I see which fields have a tick mark. Whatever field has a tick mark, it's a valid mandatory field. So without this, you cannot migrate your data. If you go to input help check, whichever field has a check table here. For example, you are trying to move a material type FERT. FERT means finished good. That FERT should be configured in T134. So whenever you pass your data through the validations, you have a configuration check over there, and that configuration should be present in T134. That is the standard SAP procedure. Like if you are intending to migrate any data, that for these configuration fields, you see mostly T table. These are called T tables. Any table that starts with T, this is a configuration table or check table or T table. So your data should be configured here. For example, I want to migrate my material master having a material type as say ABC. Now, if that ABC is present in T134, then and only then you can migrate that material type or that record. Otherwise, you will not be able to migrate the data, sir, because SAP has implemented this beautifully. Like all these things, all these configurations should be well in place before you can even migrate the data. You see, this is something like Halb, Dyn, Ibu, Hava material. So you can have a description as well here. I don't see the description, but there will be something like T134T. So we have to maintain it over here. See, RO, this HALB, this FERT, this is the finished good, Hava material. So these all the configuration that should be there. And as a data migration consultant, it's your job. Always go to SE11 and then check out which all fields have a primary field, like a primary check or a mandatory check, and which all fields have a configuration check.
So let's take a scenario where we are moving from ECC to S4, right? Now, both the systems are SAP. Is there any quick way to have this DDS document to get a jump start? Because we know what is a source table and field, and most likely the target field as well.
Buddy, they do not, these functional owners, they do not go there and just write these DDDs one by one. They go to SAP, then take out the table structure and just copy paste. And then they just write something like 1:1, not applicable, transformation, xref. So it's not like something like a big task. And as a data migration consultant, you don't need to worry about this, sir. This is the work of functional owners. They have to do it. They have to give the DDD. They have to update the DDD. They have to update the cross-referencing sheet in that DDD, and then we go from there.
I'm just trying to understand the process. Is like we could have like n number of tables, right? So is there any SAP offering to like to just give a, if you imagine an empty LTMC template, right? We already have the list of all the fields in that template, right? Similarly, do we have something of that sort to come up with the DDS quickly? Because we can literally have hundreds of tables of which we need to be mapping.
To be honest with you, I never explored this because I never have worked on this, but I will get back to you on this. I will touch base with my functional consultant once, and I will surely get an answer for you on this.
Okay, just want to don't want to take much time, but just want to ask a question of how was your experience? How big the DDS you came across? If you take any particular module.
For materials for business partners, I can see like 7, 8, 9 tables mentioned over there. But ultimately, it doesn't matter how many tables are mentioned there. For example, for a bomb, you have a DDD, and inside the DDD you can have how many tables? Like you can have MAST as the header table, then you can have STKO, you can have the component table as STPO, then STZU as then as a text table, and then you can have STPU as a table. But ultimately, they will mention it everywhere. Is this 1:1? Is this not applicable? Is this not in scope? Is there any transformation? Then you will extract the data based on this template from your source SAP's ECC or some other, sorry, SAP ECC system, and then you will write your program accordingly. I just wanted to touch base on mapping document. This is not our work. This is not in scope for us as data migration consultants to worry about data mapping documents. But I just wanted to touch base on this because what most of the people do is like they do not follow DDD, or they get some verbal commitments from functional owners, do this and that, they do it, which will impact them. That's the reason I wanted to touch base on it right from the word go. What are the good practices? Otherwise, this is not in our scope, sir.
Is it necessary to keep MDG system before the migration happens to S4?
See, it again depends on the client. If your client is not paying, then what can you do? If he is not willing to spend money and he's not willing to implement MDG, then it's not in your hands, sir. But SAP recommends using MDG system, and both these systems go hand in hand. You will have all the systems set up beforehand. MDG system will be there, but and S4 HANA system will be there. But when it comes to migration, MDG will be filled with data first. Then the master data will be replicated to S4 HANA, and then you will migrate your transactional objects over there. That is the flow. So this is my HANA Studio. Okay, so what is HANA Studio? Simple SQL that has been made for the S4 HANA system by SAP. It has been earlier, what they used to do is like they used to use the third-party tools like SQL they used to use, or SQL Anywhere they used to use, but it used to make the processes a little slow, I can say. Then what SAP did is like they brought a new system altogether called HANA Studio, which is again a packaging. Internally, it's similar to SQL. If anyone knows SQL, he should be able to work on HANA Studio. I want to show you like how I am getting the data over here. Just give me a second, sir. So this is my data services. So let me log into data services. Then we can take it up from there. How do I get the data? How are these systems, everything interconnected? If you remember in the first webinar, what we discussed is like, if anyone asks me how difficult it is to learn BOTS, I ask him, it's just like MS Paint. So this is my data services. This is my, what we call it. I can simply say this is my canvas, okay? This is where I will be doing my work. This is where I will be creating my projects. This is my local object library. Please note it down. In SAP BODS, you can have two types of repositories. One is a central repo. Mostly you can have three, but I will touch base on two because we don't use the profiler repository. So we can have two types of repositories. One is local, one is central. In the local repository, I will log in and I will do my work, and then it will be local to each and every user. For example, in my project there are 10 resources. I will create 10 different repositories for them, and they can create their jobs, projects, tasks they will do locally. But now I want to have a master copy of all the code. For that, I have a central repository. So what I do is, like, while creating the repositories, I create one repo as my central repo. Then just like the check-in and check-out optionality, we can just get the master code inside the central repo. So when, for example, I and Junad, we are working, or I and somebody else is working, I create some code. Now at the each of every pilot, or at the end of each week, what we do is, like, we push our local code to this central repository, so that if I am going out of the project, or maybe I resign from the company, we should have a master code somewhere, so that if new persons come in, they can just get the latest code from central and they are good to go. That's the concept of local repositories and central repositories. Local is local to you, where you will be doing your work. Central repository is where I will be having the master code. So in order to facilitate multi-user environment, SAP BODS has the concept of central repositories. Somebody might ask me a question: what happens with BODS or data services is, you can save the project in the form of ATL files. Okay, there's a file .atl, and what some of the guys do is, like, they keep on sharing these ATLs. For example, I can do something like this. If I want to save this project, I do a right click, I do something like export, and the moment I export, it will create .atl file wherever I intend to create. I will create an ATL file on the server. Then I can give maybe Mike, I can give it to Mike, or I can give it to Alok. He will simply go to his SAP BODS, he will import this ATL file back, and then he's good to go. Okay, he can work from there. But what usually used to happen is, like, we used to lose the track of changes that we did. What if I did some change, you are also working on the same project, you did some change, now we need to sync up. If I am doing this by using these ATL files, there is 100% chance or 90% chances there I might lose the code, I might corrupt the repos, or I can do something in that matter. So the best approach is, I have my central repo. Every local user or every user has his or her local repo. She or he works in that local repo, and when she or he is done with his object or her object, then we push the code to central repo. How do I see the central repo? Here I have an option called central object library. If I click here, I can see the central repository. As of now, I don't have anything on my central repo. So you don't see any projects, jobs, anything. So this is my central repo that has been set up for this session. Now, how do I activate these central repos? I go to my tools. Then here we have something called central repositories. Then I just hit it, I activate it. As of now, it's activated. That's the reason you can see a deactivate option. Or the moment you want to activate it, you have to activate it from here. Now I have my code here. I create a project. For example, I need to create a project. I will do something like this. I hit this and I do something like a project, and I can create a project. Say I need to create a project. I do something like test_proj. The moment I do this, a project will be created. If I want to create a job, I do right click, new batch job. We will always have batch jobs in data migration. What is a batch job? Batch job is on demand job. Whenever you need some operations to perform, you execute it. We do not create real-time jobs. What is a real-time job? That's out of scope for data migration, but for the sake of learning, it depends on a packet of data. For example, if there is any transaction happening on the server, or with any SAP system, a packet of data comes in and then it executes or it triggers that job. It's just like that. But we will not be using these real-time jobs. We will always use batch jobs. A batch job is an on-demand job. Whenever you want to execute, you can do it. Say I do something like job underscore ext underscore I want to extract Mara. This is my job. Now, the moment I create a job, I have a canvas over here. Okay. This is something like these are the most widely used. One is a workflow. What is a workflow? I will cover this tomorrow. What is a data flow? I will cover these things tomorrow. But as of now, I want to show you like how can I extract the data from legacy? How can I dump it to my HANA Studio? And then I want to touch base on different SQL queries that I can use in my HANA Studio so that I can create report, check my data, because in any data migration project, SQL is very important. So this is a data flow. Let me write something as df underscore extract underscore Mara. Now I go inside this data flow. See, here you can have projects. Here you can have jobs. Here you can have workflows, data flows, transforms. These transforms are very important. I want to touch base on the platform transform. I will cover most of the transform that we will be using in data migration. Some of these are important. I was explaining you about the validations in the initial phase of this session. This is a validation transform we use in data services, and it will take care of all the validation. We have to write some code inside and we are good to go. Then this is my data store. Now please do not confuse yourself between data store and a database. Database is something where we have data in the form of tables, right? Data store is simply a connection to that database. This is an important interview question. Sometimes you may be asked, what is the difference between a data store and a database? Database, I will again repeat, this is important. Database is where my data resides in the form of tables. Data store is just a connection to that database. SAP Data Services or SAP BODS, it's not having any memory of its own. It's an ETL tool, a middleware that will connect one system to another. Here we want to first connect ECC to my HANA Studio. Inside from ECC, I will extract my data. In SAP HANA Studio, I will manipulate my data. Then I will connect this to my S4 HANA system where I will load this data. This is my ECC connection. This is my HANA database, HANA Studio connection, and this is my S4 HANA system connection. So this data store will facilitate these connections by the use of data stores. I will again repeat what is a data store. If you want your electricity in your homes, you need to lay wires, that wire is nothing, it's just a connection to your LTs or sometimes to the appliances, but it's not storing anything, it just transports it, it helps you in the transportation. Similar thing is data store. Data store is simply a connection to the database. Please don't get confused what is a data store and what is a database. How do we connect this data store, or how do we create this data store? We do something like this, then we do something like new. if it's if it's a HANA, see here I can have multiple options. If I select a database, then I can select a database type. SAP BODS can connect these many types of databases. If your data is coming from SQL, it's coming from HANA, it's coming from SQL anywhere, any type of data, or you want to configure your, say, like as of now, we are having HANA Studio as my intermediate database. Please remember, I I have three types of databases over here, right? One is this is my source. Please remember this. This is my source. This is my intermediate database where I will be manipulating my data. And then this is my S4 HANA connection where I will be posting data. ECC to HANA DB, HANA DB to S4 HANA. Now, if I go here, I do something like properties. Oh, no, sorry. I need to do edit. you can see all the server details over here, you see. So as of now, this is connected. This is the application server. This is the client number I'm connected to. Then I give some details over here. You don't need to worry. Basis team will be doing all this. Everything will be ready for you. We as data migration consultants, we will not be setting up these systems. All these connections will be done by the SAP basis team. So if, for example, you are doing mock 1, you are doing something like from 800 client, but for mock 2, you need to extract data from 700 client. Then you will just change this 800 to 700. You are good to go. You want to change to 100 client, you can just change to 100 client. You are good to go. Same case with S4HANA. If I go to S4HANA, I edit. I want to load data to my 100 client today. But for mock 2, I want to load it to 200. So you will just change the configuration. You can have multiple configurations over here. You see, the moment I can duplicate this configuration and I can create one more configuration. As of now, it's pointing to 100. You can create one more configuration which will be pointing to 200. Okay. How you can change these configurations is like going to the edit and then you can use these things. Now HANA DB, simply this is the SQL, basic SQL. I want to show you like how can I manipulate data, but for that I want to show you how I will be extracting the data. Now, as the name suggests, I want to extract Mara. So how will you get the Mara into this? I told you this is just a connection. This is not a database. It's not having anything of its own. I will do a right click. I will do import by name. The moment I do import by name, a dialog box will appear where I will give the table name. Now I want to get this data from ECC and dump this data into my HANA Studio. You can import a table, you can import a function, you can import an IDOC, or you can import ODP object or hierarchy, but we will be mostly using table, function, or a BAPI or an IDOC. So let me take an Mara table as of now. The moment I do import, if the table is present, it will get imported. If the table is not present, then it will give you an error. For example, if I try to import, say MAR3, since it's not present, so it will give you an error. Cannot import the metadata. You see? So this connection is just holding the metadata. It's just a connection to the database, nothing else. BODS does not have a memory of its own. So let me touch base on this. For example, you need to extract this just like MS Paint. Simple. Drag and drop. The moment you drag and drop, it's here. Now I want to write a select query, or I want to select some fields out of this Mara. What I do is I go to this panel, I select query transform. Query transform is nothing, but it's just a way to select the fields from a table. If you have to select the fields, you just do it, then you connect this with this. When you go inside this, you can see what all fields are available. I want to extract Matner, or for that case, I want to extract everything as of now. I do something like this, then I select everything. I can simply drag and drop it. All my fields are there. As a good practice, what I always do and would suggest you to do is like always go to these primary key fields and do reverse primary key. Do not have primary keys over here because sometimes it leads to error. If you want to have like select distinct, you want to select the distinct rows, you have to click this. From, if I am using more than one table, then it will allow me to use the joins over here. What is a join? Join is simply when we have data in two tables, or I need to get data from two tables, say 10 fields from one table, one field from second table, then I will connect both these tables to this query transform, and then I can decide or define the join over here. I can drag and drop the tables and I'm good to go. If you want to have any filters, for example, I want to extract only material type is equal to FERT. So I will simple drag and drop. This is just like MS Paint. I will do something like this. Then I will write FERT. I want to extract only for material type FERT or material finished goods. So I can do that. If you want to group by, order by, you can do that. But okay, if you, this is also important. If you want to find any field, for example, you want to find unit of measure, I hit it, then it will tell me, okay, here it is. This is the from the target point of view. This is from the source point of view. Any field you want to find, you can find it over here. Now I have my source ready. I have my select statement ready. This is just for the sake of selecting, filtering, sorting. I can use a query transform. Now there is something called a template here, which is called a temporary table. In BODS, 99% of the times we will be using temporary tables. What is the difference between a temporary table and a permanent table? I will explain in the next session when we go and take a deep dive into data services. But as of now, in order to see in SQL, what we have to do, we have to write a code. But BODS has simple drag and drop options because it writes this SQL code in the backend. We don't need to worry about all this, how the tables are creating, how does this work. No, I don't care about that. Simple, I will just drag this, drop it here. I will name this, for example, I want to name this as landing underscore mara underscore test. Now this is the data store where it will go into. It will go into HANA database. Okay, this is the connection that we have already created. I do something like okay. Okay, now I have this template ready. I select this button. Okay, this is a save button. I will do this. If I want to validate, I will hit this. This is a validate all button. I want to hit this. No errors. I will run this. But before running, I want to repeat myself from point one. Okay. First thing, I went here project. I went to new. I created a project. Then inside the project, I did a right click. I created a batch job. I named a batch job. Then inside the job, I just went here from the panel. I selected a data flow. I dragged, I clicked on this. When I click, sorry, I clicked here. The moment I click again on the canvas, I have my data flow ready. The moment I had my data flow ready, I imported my table that I intended to extract from ECC. Then I had a query transform. Then I created a temporary table or a template table that we call in SAP BODS. This is where we can create it. Just click on this and just drop it over here. Now, if I want to execute it in SAP BODS, job is the only executable object. You cannot execute anything other than a job. Please remember this. This is an important interview question. The only thing in SAP BODS that you can execute is a job. If you go to data flow level, you see this execute field is not enabled. This is disabled. The moment you go here, you see this has been enabled. You can run a job from here, or you can simply right click and execute. The moment I execute, it will ask me for the job server. I don't do anything here. I just say okay. Now I'm good to go. I am trying to extract my data for material type is equal to FERT. If you want to check the monitor tab, it will tell you, okay, what's happening as of now. Okay, as of now, 1300 materials are coming from my source, or 5100, whatever is the count. This has stopped. It means my data extraction is complete. You see this as error as grayed out as of now. It means there is no error. If you see any error, it means you have to look out for the errors. I will show you how to debug the errors. Now, if you go to this monitor tab, you will see a red dot at the top. It means this job has executed successfully. If you go to the trace, this we call as, this is trace, this is monitor, and this is error. In the trace, you can see that the job has executed successfully. Now, if I go here, if I select this, I can now see the data. If you see, I had a filter, extraction criteria, whatever you call it. I had a filter on material type is equal to FERT. Now you see all my records will be having the material type as FERT. Nothing else will be extracted. Now I want to write some basic SQL queries on this table. Okay, landing Mara test. Where do I do that? I go to my HANA Studio. I already told you this is a connection, nothing else. I am only trying to do it. How do I see this data? This is just a connection. You can only see this data over here because of a connection, nothing else. Please do not confuse yourself. This data does not reside in HANA, sorry, BODS. This is in HANA Studio. Landing Mara test. Now let me go to this. This is my HANA DB setup. Now I want to see, like, I will do right click. I want to see my table landing Mara test. Where is this? This is in system. Okay, this is the place where my table is residing as of now. This, if you see, this is my HANA DB. If you want to open this, you see there will be a table landing underscore Mara. Now I want to write a query on top of this. What I do is, like, I will select this system and I will hit this button. I select this, I click on this. I have a beautiful console over here, you know. I will write a basic query. Select star from, what is the table name? I can even drag it. That is the table name. System. System is like my schema. And then this is my table. Landing Mara. If I want to remove this, I can. No issues. The moment I want to run this, I will do something like this. You see? Now I can see the data getting populated over here. If this is like the basic SQL, what I need to do in the basic SQL, I want to focus on select statement, then I want to focus on where statement, I want to focus on and or, then I want to go to the joins, I want to go to joins, and then I want to touch base on in statement. See, when I see this data, you might ask me, hey, I want to see what is the select state. This is pure English. How SQL understand this? Select is simply I'm selecting something. Star means all the columns that are here. From, simple, from what? From my table. This is my table. For all the guys who do not know SQL, this is for them. So simple, this is simple English. Select star means all the fields from this table. Now, if you do not want to see all the tables, you can simply write the table name. For example, I want to only see select Matner. Okay, I can do something like this. I get only the materials. You want to see units of measure. I can only select unit of measure. Now you want to see like combination of material and unit of measure. I write Matner, comma means, comma n number of fields you can write. Whatever you want to see, comma, 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 you can see it. The moment I highlight this, I run it, I see this. Now, what if, see, select I have covered. Select is simply you are selecting some fields from this table. If you want to see all the tables, then I write select star. If you are precise, you want to see some specific fields, then you write those fields. Now, if you tell me, hey, I just want to see for this material type, what is the distinct unit of measure? So I write distinct means. What it will give me? It will give me the distinct, unique units of measure that are for material type FERT. So I am getting 47 rows over here. So these are the unique units of measure. What if I want to check the unique material types? I will write, sorry, material groups. So I will do something like this. I will do this. Then these are the unique material groups. There are nulls, there are these values. Now I want to check MTAT. MTAT is my material type. Okay, I am expecting this to be only one because we only extracted for FERT. FERT means the finished good. If you want to check the combination, again, you want to check the combination of MTAT and MATCAL. As of now, We had only one distinct material type. Now I am trying to check for material type and MATCL. MATCL is my material group. MTAT is my material type. The moment I hit this, then I'm getting the unique combinations of material type and material group. Now, if I want to check the unique combination of material type, material group, and my units of measure, you see, as of now, the combination of material type and material group is only 122. The moment I keep on adding this, it might change. You see, now 250. Why? Because a particular material type and a particular material group can have multiple units of measure. Now, somebody may ask me, okay, what if I want to order it by something? Let me order it by units of measure. So simple, you have to write something like order by the field. Means if you want to sort it by ascending, ASC. If you want to sort it by descending, DSC. As of now, let me check DSC. DESC. You see, Z comes first. If I want to do it by ascending, I don't write anything, or even if I write ascending, then it will sort based on ascending. See, percentage numerics come first, then A, B, C, D, E, F, G. If you want now to do it based on like the material group should be first sorted and then means should be sorted, then you can write the combination like this. You are just trying to tell the system, hey buddy, I want to see my data like first you should sort your data based on material group, then you should sort it based on your units of measure. The moment I do this, you see, first the nulls will show up, then you will see like 0.20, 0.20, 0.001, 0001, and this combination will be sorted like point for if you take an example of this, you see, this is like a group 0.200. Now E will come, then I will come. Same thing for 001. First percentage is coming, then C, E, I, L, S. So this is like A, B, C, D, E, F, G ascending order. This is coming for each group because this is now a group. Material type FERT 001. This is like a group now, you see. But this group is having these many units of measure and they are coming in ascending order. Now, what if you try to understand, hey, I just want to see the material type finished good, but the unit of measure should only be ST or piece. I can write where means being my unit of measure. I can write where MC is equal to piece. So what will now happen is only those material types will come that have a unit of measure as PC. I want to see only those that have a material type as ST. These are basic SQL queries. I will write them down so that you understand these things. But this is the basis of any data migration project. If you want to excel in any data migration project, please focus on SQL. SQL is really important. You see, I can only get ST now. So let me write it down. So please take a screenshot if anyone wants to for the sake of learning, but I will be sending one link at the end of this session so that you can just go and practice over there. If you want to select anything, then select star from this table. It will bring up everything, whatever fields are there. If you want some specific fields, you can do select means from this. If you want something as distinct, you can see like distinct means from this table. If you want to filter out data, then you can do something like select star from this table. Then you can write like where means is equal to PC. Or if you want to order, you want any of your fields to be ordered by something, then you can do it something like this. Now, what if I want to check the data for both PC and ST? Right? As of now, equal to sign will only give you for one value. Now I want to check for two values. What will I do? I will make the use of in statement. Okay, I can write something like where means Then this is the syntax for this. Nothing, just to remember. In st, comma, okay. Now I'm trying to tell my system, hey, I don't want it for only st, I want it for piece as well. The moment I do this, I will get my data for both st and piece. You see, only st and pieces will come up. Now, what if I try to tell my system, hey buddy, I want to check my data. The condition is like, I want to check for MBRSH should be 1 and mean should be PC. Unit of measure should be piece and this MBRSH should be 1. So there are two conditions and both these conditions should be passed. Two conditions and both should get satisfied, right? Then we take the use of AND operator. We have two operators in SQL, one is AND, one is OR. If you want to check either this or that, you will check OR. If you want to see like both this and that, then there is an AND operator. For example, I will write a query for both. Let me remove this. For example, you want to say where means is, you can only have even one there, where mean and st. You can later keep on adding. I don't care. pt, st, whatever you want to. But even you can have a single field in. Now, as of now, I don't. What I want to tell my system is, buddy, I want to see some records where unit of measure is piece and MBRSH equal to 1. So what I'm trying to tell the system is I want both these conditions to be satisfied. This should be 1 and means should be piece. Only those records will come where MBRSH is equal to piece 1 and means is equal to piece. I can even tell my system, no, I don't care about what I don't want this like and I want like it can either be 1 or this. Okay, so I have to then replace my and by or. If I replace this with or, then what will happen is like if unit of measure is piece, whatever is MBRSH, I don't care, it will come. If MBRSH is 1 and whatever is unit of measure, I don't care, but both the combinations should be there. Earlier what you saw is like this was 1 and this was piece, but now if it's 1 it will come, if it's PC, whatever it is, I don't care, it will still come, because I am giving an option to the system. I want either this or this, but in case of and, I am telling the system I want this and this. You guys follow me till now? I touch based on select statement. What is a select statement? I touch based on where. Simple. This is just a filter.
Maybe this is like very basic one, but I kind of lost the overview. Like if it is the data legacy system is non-SAP, then using this we can definitely able to analyze data a bit more, right? Get more insight. But if it is coming from SAP, what exactly we are we'll be doing here? Like we'll be able to manipulate data, or we just want to have insight into data?
I will not. No, sir. I will not manipulate data here. I will not do that here. I will do each and everything in my SAP data services. Here, I'm just trying to analyze. What if somebody is asking you, hey, buddy, can you give me the count of materials which have unit of measure as piece? So what you will do, you will come to SQL, you will write a query, and you can create some great reports here, right? This is just to analyze data. We will not manipulate anything in HANA Studio. I'm just trying to touch base because these are the operators. These are basic operators that we should know, because whenever I create a preload report or a postload report or preload error report, I want you guys to just go through those reports, because what if somebody tells you, hey, ABC, you are telling me 10,000 records are failing. Can you give me the different errors for that? So what will I do? I will do select distinct error from error table. So they can just get a touch base. Okay, my data is failing because of this reason. For that, SQL is very important. If anyone has to work in BODS, he should be knowing basics of SQL. I touch based on in and or I touch based on this what in operator as well. In operator is used when you want to see for more than one values in that particular field. I wanted to see for ST and PC, so I used an in operator, right? Then comes the joins. In case of joins, you will mostly be using two types of joins. One is an inner join, one is a left outer join. Suppose I have a table 1, I have a table 2. Inside table 1, I'm having records A, B, C, and D. Now, inside table 2, I have my records as A, then I have my records as D. Now, I have my record as E, and then I can have my record as Z. Okay, this is my table 1, this is my table 2. What inner join will do is it will check for the record that are common to both. A and A is there, so this record will show up. B is not there, C is not there, D is there. So at the end of writing my query, I will get A and D. Why? Because A is common to both table 1 and table 2. You follow me? I want to repeat it because there are some mates who are new to SQL. Please speak up if you do not understand even one item or even anything. I can continue this session with you understanding this SQL. Please stay on the call after we complete this session. I won't mind even if it takes me more half an hour because this is important. I don't want to run through. I want you guys to learn. That's the motive. Now what will happen? Table 1 and table 2, whatever is common will come by inner join. Okay. Now if I write an inner join, my end product will be A and D. That's it, because A and D is common. If I write a left outer join, what I am telling to the system is get all my data from left table. Here table 1 is left. Whatever is matching from the right table, get it. Whatever is not matching from the right table, just get a null for it. But the core is I want all my left table data. So if I write a join for table 1 and table 2 for left outer join, how the data will look like? A, B, C, D. It will 100% come because on the left hand side of data, I want all these records to be there. Now, is A on the right hand side? Yes, it is. So A will come as A. Is B on the right hand side? No. So it will tell me null. It means it's not on the right hand side. Is C there? No. It will come as null. Is D there? Yes, it is. Now it will come as D. So this is how my result will look like. Now there can be one more join, right outer join, but we do not use it because if what happens with the right outer join is from the right hand side all the records will come like A, D, E, Z. Then whatever is matching with table 1 it will come. For example, if I have to write a right outer join, we will not use it anywhere because if we have to use a right outer join, we just keep the right table as the left and then write a left outer join. We do not use the right outer join. So what will happen with the right? A will come, D will come, E will come, Z will come, but then A is there on the right side, so it will show it as A. D is there on the right side, so D will come. E is not there, it will be null. Now Z is not there, so it will be null. Now there might be a question. Okay, I understand, like, hey, inner join is something like meaningful to me. I want to find the common things. But why am I using this left outer join? I don't want you guys to focus on right outer join. Please forget it. This is of no use to us. Why do I use a left outer join? When it's already giving me back all my left table data, then why am I even using it? We will mostly use the left outer join when we want that our left side data should be there. For example, I want to migrate material data and I want to migrate its plant data. Now, there can be a scenario a material is not extended to the plant, right? And one more important thing from the interview perspective, whenever you guys go for the interviews, at any point of time, use these words. Do not use like the I'm going to say like what do you call that, a mature words. For example, if I have to talk about materials and plant, I use the terms like extension. I use the terms like, for example, material basic data. For plant, for customers, I use the term like general data. So whenever you talk like that in front of an interviewer, he comes to know, he knows what he is doing. If you tell me, hey, I will have a plant data for a material, it does, I can understand like, okay, but it's not having a weightage. When you tell me, hey, there's a material one and it is being extended to plant 202, it sounds more confident to me. So let me give you an example. I have a material master, I have to migrate material master. Now there can be a scenario, a material is not extended to a plant. Okay, I have to migrate the material data and the plant data. If I use an inner join, whichever material is not having a plant extension, it means it cannot get migrated, but I wanted to migrate it. So in that case, I will use a left outer join. So when it on the left hand side, I will keep Mara. On the right hand side, I will keep Marcy. Whichever general data will be coming, all the general data will be coming, and then whichever material has a plant extension, it will get extended. So I will not lose any data. How do we write these joins in SQL? I will do that. If anyone has any questions till now, please speak up. If anyone needs any guidance on this SQL, please speak up. I would be happy to extend this session for them. I'm in no hurry to close this.
So for any kind of migration or upgradations, we need SQL. It is must.
SQL is must. Perfect. Not
Okay, sir.
SQL is must, but being a data migration consultant, you should know the basics of SQL. That will help you in million ways.
Anything which you have suggested, inner join,
I would suggest
select away.
okay. There's a website called W3 Schools. W3 Schools. If you go to this website, the basic SQL is covered over there. If anyone has any questions, please come back to me. I would be glad to help. But this covers all the basic SQL. I don't want you to go and just go through aggregate functions and all. That's not going to help us. What I want you guys to do is select statements like these statements. I already written it down. Like select statements, select distinct statements. If you want the combinations, how do we do it? If you want to order by, how do we do it? If you want to filter out the data, how do we do it? How do we use the in and operator? How do we use or operator? I will also touch base on joins tomorrow. Like how do we write these join statements? And then I want to also touch base on something called as subqueries. So I will do that tomorrow. I don't want to bombard you with the information. It's very difficult to then memorize all these things. Just a moment. I can show you. W3 schools SQL. If you go, you can just have some basic intros. What is SQL? How do we write these select? You can even practice it over here. You can do that. Select statement, select distinct. How do we use where operator, order by, and or not? That's it. If you just go till here, I would be glad. And then I will show you tomorrow like how can we use these counts. Counts is important. Then this wildcard is important. In is important. I already shown you. Then the joins is important. Group by is important. Union, we don't care about this. But please go through this website. If you have any questions, please ask. But this is going to be important if you want to, I mean to say, go to the full potential of data migration. Please go through SQL. It's really important.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the purpose of the SAP Readiness Check tool in S/4HANA migration? Option A, to check hardware compatibility. Option B, to assess the readiness of the current SAP system for migration. Option C, to verify user access rights. Option D, to test network connectivity. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Ready to master SAP S/4HANA Data Migration Consulting? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace with us. In this training, dive deep into SAP S/4HANA Data Migration Consulting. It's your toolkit for seamless data transitions, ensuring everything lands where it needs to be. We cover it all, from fundamentals to advanced techniques, crafted by seasoned experts. Our instructors are industry veterans, dedicated to your learning journey and here to support you every step. Join countless satisfied learners who have found our course invaluable. And the best part? It's budget-friendly, offering top-notch learning without the hefty price tag. Become a SAP S/4HANA Data Migration Consultant Pro today. Enroll now on our site. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So what I'm going to discuss today is phases of any project. So when it comes to the phases of any project, usually, please note this is an important interview question. How do we do the data migration, or what are the different phases of data migration? I would say phases of data migration. Okay. So the first phase would be, obviously, you will be consulting your DDDs. Then the first step is extraction of data. Somebody has to mute his mic or her mic. There is some noise coming up. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So the first phase would be the extraction of data from the legacy system. Now it depends on project to project. Usually what happens is, like, you will be connected to a live system, and the business will not allow you to extract the data every now and then because it slows down their system. So what they do is, like, they will ask you to extract this data after the business hours. Okay. The first thing would be to extract the data from legacy. What we call this? We call this as landing of data. Please note down these terms. Landing of data, simply you are dumping the data from ECC and you are pushing this data into your HANA DB. We discussed this in yesterday's call, like how do we extract data? We did it with the use of some filters, but for landing, we do not use any filter. We do not take out any column. Whatever is there, we will dump it. Now, there might be some specific, I mean to say, certain situations might be there. For example, in case of my BKPF or BSEC, or in case of my MVK, where the data is in the volume of, like billions or millions. Say there are 20 million records. Now, if I try to extract each and every field, it will make my programs, or it will make my extraction programs really slow. If I'm intending to do something in 2 hours, it might take me 18 hours or 9 hours or 10 hours. And the business does not want to do this. You know why? Because if I have, for example, I have MVK and I'm not using all the 60 or 70 fields, right? So there is no point of extracting all the fields. I will only extract the fields that I need for my project. Here, I will not be doing any manipulation. I will not be doing any changes, nothing. Just dump the data from your ECC into your HANA Studio. Always remember, these are three systems. One is ECC, that is the source. One is HANA Studio, which is my intermediate system. And the third one is S4 HANA system, where data has to eventually go. Okay. Now, what is the extraction of data from legacy? We call it landing of data. I will just dump my data from legacy to HANA Studio. And as a naming convention, I start these names with LND underscore table underscore something. It depends on the project. If you ask me, hey, please extract the or land the table Mara, I will do something like LND underscore Mara underscore ext. We always have the nomenclatures or naming conventions for each and every project because we want everybody to follow the same thing. I don't want someone to name it as LND and someone to name it as LAND or someone to name it as LANDING. I don't want to do that. So we have the naming conventions so that if I have a look at my tables, I straight away understand. Hey, LND means I'm just extracting this table from my legacy system. Or if there's a new guy coming in, if the moment we give him the documentation, he should be able to understand what this LND means. Okay, what is the first step? The first step for any data migration, I mean to say, or I can say there are different phases of data migration. The first phase is I will be extracting my data from my legacy system and I will be dumping this into HANA Studio. We call this process as landing of data. And what we do here is we simply dump the data. And I told you, sometimes the client, they will not allow you to extract data from the legacy anytime because it will slow down the system. So sometimes we do it on the maybe after the business hours, or sometimes we keep the jobs running maybe on the Friday evening, so that once we are back on Monday, we have the tables beautifully landed up into our HANA Studio. This is my landing. So I have something called LND table now. Okay, this is naming convention. This is not something like hard and fast rule everybody will be using LND Mara ext. No, somebody can use LAND, somebody can use LANDING, but it depends on a project. And we will always make sure that the naming convention is followed, because every time you do anything in BODS or data migration or in any project, there are always audits. What they do in the audits is they check if you are following the naming conventions that have been set up by, that have been, I'm going to say, discussed and agreed upon. The moment I will land my data, I will manipulate it now, right? What do I mean by manipulation? I mean I will transform this data. There will be some value for the legacy field, but once I am taking it to S4, I mean, I will name it as target. There will be some other value. For example, I want to change the account group for a vendor from A001 to X001. So basically, I'm manipulating this data, right? So all the manipulations will happen in HANA Studio. This data will reside in HANA Studio, right? This LND Mara, where will it reside? Inside HANA Studio. The moment I extract my data, I have my data in HANA Studio. Now, no matter how many times I run my jobs, I'm not dependent on the client's source or legacy system. I'm not hitting that now. Okay, the moment, okay, after this landing of data, I am manipulating the data. So what will happen with the manipulation of data? I have something, I name these tables usually as stg underscore Mara. Then I can name it as transform, right? Transformed is a table where some of the fields, not all, some of the legacy fields, they might be changed. For example, I might change the country India to IN, Germany to G. But please make sure whatever field is getting changed from legacy to S4, we always have two fields for that, two columns for that. Country underscore legacy, country underscore target. Account group underscore legacy, account group underscore target. This is the best practice, because when your business owners validate your preload reports, they will directly be able to see it. Okay, this was in the legacy. Now this is changing to target value. and they can confirm if the validation is if the transformation is looking good to them. Otherwise, they have to then refer to their XREFs, refer to their functional documents, and it becomes a burden for them. So the best approach is, whenever you are changing any field, please create one more field for that. If you are changing country, always have two fields now: country underscore legacy, country underscore target, account group underscore legacy, account group underscore target. The moment I transform my data, the next step is validation of data. Validation of transformed data. What is validation of data? Validation of data is you are checking your transformed data now if this is relevant to S4. If I am changing my country from India to IN, is this IN acceptable to S4? I will check the configurations. If I have some 200 fields coming up from my source, I will check all the mandatory columns if they have the value, because S4 expects primary keys to have value. So I will have all sorts of validations to make sure my data is S4 ready. What are the different validations I will use? I will use a mandatory validation check. I will use a lookup check. Lookup is simple lookup, or I can say config check. Then I can have something like xref check. I told you yesterday, if business is giving me an xref file for country India and Germany, they want me to change this country India to IN, Germany to GE. Now when I see my data, I don't have the cross referencing for United Kingdom. So United Kingdom, from the legacy, for the legacy field it will be United Kingdom, but for the target field it will be null. So I will fail all those records because I don't have the xref defined for that. Then I will go back to the business owner and I will ask them, is it in scope? Is this country, United Kingdom, in scope? Yes or no? No, it's not in scope. I'm good to go. I will fail those records. Yes, they are in scope. Then, sir, please give me the cross referencing for United Kingdom. I can also have some format checks. What is the format check? For example, you are asking me like, hey, you want to migrate the telephone numbers. What if someone is giving me 8-digit telephone number, 11-digit telephone number, or blank telephone numbers, right? So I will check if anybody is giving me a telephone number, it should be 10 digits. Or if somebody is giving me, say, like email ID, it's not like 111.com. Something, it has to be meaningful. Otherwise, there is no point of migrating data. So what I will repeat these three steps. Please, this is important. Try to take notes of these. You will land your data, then you will transform your data, then you will validate your data. The moment you validate your data, you will have two tables: STG, STG underscore Mara underscore valid, STG underscore Mara underscore invalid. What is this STG Mara valid? Now this becomes my load ready file, or this is my load ready data, or I can call this as enriched data. Three different terms I can use for the same thing. This is my load ready. This can be enriched data, or I can say this is valid data. When when I want to create a report on this table, I call it as preload success, right? Because all these records are relevant to S4, all the validations have been done, and this data is looking good to me from the load point of view. This invalid table forms the basis for my preload error file. I will send both these files to my business and I will get these validated. If the preload success file looks good to them, they will ask me, okay, buddy, please go ahead and load. If the preload success file does not look good to them, They can raise a ticket, they can create a defect, and they will ask me to change my jobs or programs. The load ready data should match the expectations of the data owner. Now, what happens with the preload error file? They will analyze this data, they will analyze this data, and then they will try to figure out why this data is failing. If there is a configuration error happening, then they will go to their SAP systems and they will set up the configurations. If there is a bad data, they will go and they will create a defect for the source team, and they will ask them to do the cleansing. If there is a there can be format errors, again they have to go back and they have to do the cleansing in source system. If there is an xref error, they have to provide me the xref for that particular value, or they have to write it in their DDD, hey country, this is out of scope, and when I am extracting my data, I will apply a filter like country is not equal to this country. You know, each and everything will be having an action. If there is a mandatory error, cleansing is needed. Format error, cleansing is needed. Xref, they have to give me the Xref for update the DDD. Configuration error, they have to set up their S4 HANA system. This file, this table, I can again, for the sake of naming, I just dump this data into something called stg underscore mara underscore enr. This table will be having the same data as this table, but for the sake of naming conventions or for the sake of segregating this databases, you know, we will always have this enriched table at the end. This is the table that will go to S4. Now let us assume you got the green signal. You will pick up the data from this table and this will go to my S4 system. Maybe by idocs, maybe by BAPIs, maybe by LTMC or anything. Suppose we loaded the data, we had 100 records. Out of 100 records, 90 were pass, 10 were fail. For these 10 failed records, we will create a post-load error and we will mention the reasons of failure. For these 90 pass records, I will create a post-load success file or reconciliation file. What happens in the post-load success file or reconciliation file? I will match up each and every field. If I am trying to load country, I will have two fields now in my report: country underscore legacy, country underscore target, then country underscore match. Okay. If I'm trying to move account group, ktalk underscore legacy, ktalk underscore target, ktalk underscore match. What happens inside this is, if I'm trying to load country IN, in the target country is IN, then this would be a match. If I'm trying to move ktalk A001, it's getting moved as A001 in the S4 HANA system. This is a match. If again, if I'm trying to move something like description, legacy, description, target, description, match. What if I tried to move PepsiCo, but the system could only have 5 characters? PepsiCo I tried to load, it got loaded as Pepsi. Now this is a mismatch. right? So what business owners do, they go to this post-load reconciliation file or post-load success file or reconciliation file. They will try to figure out if any of the records is having or any of the fields is having a mismatch. Suppose there's a mismatch on this field, PepsiCo and Pepsi. They will ask you the reasons for this. You can tell them, hey buddy, SAP can only accommodate 5 fields. For example, for material description, only 40 can be there, 40 characters. But if in the legacy system there are 100 characters, you cannot accommodate that, right? Then they can go back to their system, source system, and they can correct this data. Please remember, this is mock 1, what we are doing as of now. It's not like we will pick up the data from legacy and we will dump it into S4 production system. No, this does not happen. We will be having 2-3 mocks. We will be having data loads to the quality systems before we go to the actual production loads. So when you go for the production loads, everything should be picture perfect. You cannot intend to load PepsiCo and load Pepsi there. No, we have to figure out all these things in the mock loads. So what can happen here is they can go back to their legacy system and they can clean their data. They can do data cleansing and they can change this PepsiCo to Pepsi. Now I am sorted. In the next run, this will become a match for me. The moment business owners check these post-load reports, if data looks correct to them, they can give you a green signal that the data is looking good from the source and target point of view. If the data is not looking good to them, they will create a defect and you have to resolve those defects. Now, this defect, like if there are only 5 characters in the target but you are giving me 7 characters, this defect will be assigned to the data owner of that particular region. Hey, please do the data cleansing. Now if because of some configurations, I'm trying to load, say I'm trying to load a plant as 101 but it's getting loaded as null, it can happen. Then they will assign this defect to the functional owner. Say, please set up the correct configurations correctly. Or they find out, right? We try to move some 10 fields because there we had to load one more field so that the data could be loaded into the target system correctly. Then they will ask us, okay, include that particular field in scope. For example, if I try to move bombs and I try to move bombs for my usage 1. Okay, I can migrate my bombs without the use of there's a field called referral which we call as sales indicator. But if I try to move the same bomb for usage 5, it will not move because it will ask me, hey, I am expecting a field referral, that is sales indicator. Then what the business owner will do, he will just introduce this one more column in the DDD. He will make this in scope. Now let us assume that everything is looking good to them.
Like normally this defects when like if it is not matching, the client will raise a defect. So
Yes.
now normally this defect is raised in any like
Zaira,
system like service now or
Zaira,
or
Solomon,
okay.
any tool, any reporting tool. If they have a defect, they already have the tool set up. Some of the clients use Zaira, some of the clients use Solomon, some can create an Excel, some can maintain it. It depends on client to client, but there will be defects and we have to resolve them completely before the next mock. Because the moment we reach production loads, there should be null defects, no defect at all. Whatever is in the legacy system, it has to completely match with the target system. I once tried to move some data and they had when they validated the data, there was a difference of 0.008 cents. You know, we had to load 58 cents. Somehow it got loaded at 58.008. There is a defect for that because clients are very specific about their data. So the moment we reach our production system, our data should be picture perfect. Now let us assume they gave me the green signal for this post load report.
One is regarding the fields. So is this reconciliation report, the fields will be proposed by the functional owner, right? Because there will be a lot of fields for each and every.
Whatever is in your DDD,
Okay.
whatever you are intending to load, you have to create a report for this. Some clients, some service partners, they ask the data migration consultants to do the reporting like this to be picture perfect. But some service partners, they have built an ABAP code. You simply give your enriched data file to that ABAP code. It will tell you in a GIF in 2 seconds if the data is matching or not. You have to just configure that for every object. It depends from one service partner to another. But the basic thing is we should be knowing how to do this, how to create the reconciliation reports.
And the second one is regarding the same, like so for example, some of the function modules of BAPI or IDOC that we use internally, they will have a function module. So they get the data loaded. Like for example, there are 5 fields. Depending on one field, the other 3 fields data will be auto populated. Like there might be some internal config or something. So if we do some kind of checks on those particular kind of fields, like if they ask
Whatever,
to validate those
whatever,
fields.
no. Whatever is in your scope of migration, if it's in DDD, you have to, you need to have those fields in your post load report. We are not here to give them the report that look good to them. No, we have to give them the actual story. We
Uh,
don't want them to go to their S4 HANA system later on and find out, hey, this field is, I'm trying to load null, it's getting loaded as 0. It's okay. There are some system dependent field, for example, AENAM or some date
huh,
fields. They take some
okay.
default values. It's okay because it's not going to impact them. But if I'm trying to load, for example, for sales contracts, if you try to load say some currency based on the internal configurations, it will take up some other then what
Yeah.
happens is like the moment you have this in your post load report, functional owners go back to their systems and they set up their systems in such a way that the whatever currency I'm giving for that sales contract, it will take up from the IDOC or BAPI. It will not do it internally. But
Okay.
how will they know it? By the use of these
Mhm.
post load reports. So post load reports are very important. You should give the exact picture between legacy and target system to the business owner, data owner, so that they can validate it. If what I personally do in all my projects is like, I will have one more field over here, z underscore overall match. It's some more work for me, but I don't mind that work because what happens is like, see, I will always have one more field at the beginning, z overall match. So what I do, I will check all these fields. If there are 200 fields, I personally check all these fields in my code. Then if everything is a match, then Z overall is match. If it's not a match, if any of these fields is a mismatch, then I will name it as mismatch. So that business owners have to check only on one field. They can apply a filter on this Z overall match, and whatever is not matching, they will only look for those fields or records. Why this data is not matching? Just to help my data business owners or data owners.
And in such cases, they will not be reaching out to us, right? Like in the specific case where the data gets internally populated with whatever the config is
They
maintained.
will surely reach out to you for each and every doubt they have, because ultimately these post load, preload success, post load success is being audited. If
Okay.
you are telling someone I am migrating 200 records, the audit team expects you to go to S4 HANA system and take a screenshot of those. For example, you do the number of entries, right, with your name. When you load data to S4 HANA system, there will be a column like who loaded this, right, or who updated this record. So they
Yes.
expect you to put your name over there and give the exact count. If you are telling them I had 600 records in legacy, 500 passed the validations, 100 failed the validation. Now 500 out of 500 records, 400 got loaded. They will ask you for that screenshot. Okay, 400, you are claiming to load 400, show me the screenshot, because they need proof for each and everything. Same case goes with post load reports. If you are telling them I loaded the data, everything should be a match. If it's a mismatch, then they would expect an so what we call that, a defect number somewhere mentioned in the Zaira. Okay, this is a defect number for this because because of this particular reason the data is not matching, because
Okay.
audits happen. There will, for example, if Accenture is migrating the data, Infosys is doing the audit. If Infosys is migrating the data, TCS is auditing the data, because client wants his data to be picture perfect. They will not rely only on Infosys or TCS or Cognizant. They will always have a different audit team.
In such rare scenarios, like wherever there is some internal code in BAPI, and even though the data we are passing in that column is blank, and due to the logic which was written in the BAPI or FM, it is picking some value like X or something. In such cases, I mean, how we are going to justify? We need to ask the ABAP
No, we
team to
will not,
look at it.
sir. We are not here to justify. We are not here to justify. What we do is like we tell them, hey, we try to load this. We give them a proof. Hey, look at the IDOC. I am sending this value to this field, but in the S4 HANA system, this is getting loaded. What they
Okay.
can do is like they can default that configuration, or if they are unable to do that, if the system is by default picking up some values, you can definitely ask them, okay, then remove this field from the DDD, make this as
Okay.
out of scope for me, then I will remove this field from my preload report, preload success, preload error, and my postload success as well, because I don't want to keep any record, sorry, any field over here that's not in scope for me, because if I am not migrating data for that field, why should I keep it here?
Back to the step one where landing of data, right?
Hmm?
Where we extract it from legacy and then pass it on to HANA Studio.
Hmm.
And the subsequent steps happen in HANA Studio of manipulation, validation, right? So I was wondering, like, is it has to be a HANA Studio, or can we do that in LTMC as well? Because I know, like, in LTMC you can
See,
quick data.
no. See, if you want to migrate data using LTMC, then there is no point of using HANA Studio, because you will be having your data in the form of files, right?
Right.
Then there is no point. The client can give you data in the form of Excel files and you can load it. You can do the mappings internally, validations internally using LTMC. Then the client do not expect you to use HANA Studios and all. But mostly for big clients, they don't expect you to use those files and all, because they have their data in the S4 HANA, sorry, ECC systems or Oracle system. They will not create an Excel file for 20 million records or 30,000 records. It's very difficult to manage LTMC templates. And what most of the clients do is like they use LTMC and they use the input method as transfer from table. Even for that, it expects your HANA Studio.
And one more query, like since we are discussing about LTMC, there is a new method as well. Instead of tables and the files, we also have direct transfer with ECC system. So in that method, like directly we can connect all our configuration with whatever is the ECC system and directly move the data via LTMC.
So is the question like,
yeah, so
ECC?
in
No,
such
please.
cases, do we need this extraction and all, because it will directly point out to ECC?
So the question is, you have some data in your ECC, you directly want to migrate it to S4 HANA, right?
Yes.
So it can happen for small clients. What if the client had data in two source systems? Who will take care of data deduplications then?
Okay.
If for small clients, they have the record in the volumes of hundreds, thousands, it's okay, and they don't want to, they don't care about their data quality. What they do is like they simply want to migrate data from ECC to S4 HANA. They don't care about the quality, they are just worried about the deadline.
Okay.
But downstream it will impact.
I mean, mostly like for master data objects like cost center, profit center, we can directly utilize that mechanism, right? Like
You
if
can, you can definitely, but when it comes to what if the cost center is not in use anymore? What if there is there is some bad data associated with the cost center? Mostly clients will never do this, like migrating the data from ECC to S4 HANA directly. They will ask you to manipulate data. They will ask you to create the reports, because nobody wants to migrate bad data. And there can never be a system which is not having bad data, right? No system is 100% correct.
I mean, how many phases are there in a data migration project? Like first is extraction, manipulation, validation. right?
Yeah, yeah, sir.
What?
I'm just trying to explain you the complete process of data migration,
Right, right.
because this is one of the most important questions being asked in the interviews. I could have directly gone to information stewards and taught you how to do it, but no, I don't want to do that. I want to clear your interview questions as well. Let me cover this. I want to
Yeah,
focus on these two first, then I
sure.
will write a simple step doing this. Right? Please give me
Yeah,
some
okay.
5 minutes
Thank
more.
you.
Okay.
Brand, a question here.
Yeah,
Like
please go
suppose
ahead,
when
sir.
we are talking about data validation, like before we send, we have to send the report to the client after whether data passed or failed. So does it need any advanced level of Excel knowledge or?
Nothing, sir. Nothing. You don't need Excel knowledge advanced. If you know Excel, good. But from the data services is so powerful. It does everything on its own. You can have some complex logics over there, and you will just dump this data into the table, HANA Studio table. Meanwhile, you can also create a report. We have the provision to do that in data services, and you will send those reports to your business or data owner. No some rocket science knowledge needed in Excel. If you can just copy data from something and paste it in Excel, that's the only skill I want you to have in Excel. That's the basic skill. Now what happens to these 10 records? For sorry, these 10 records, for 90 we already created the post load reconciliation or post load success file or reconciliation file, and we already shown them if everything is matching or not. But what happens with these 10 records? The business will go and business will check this report. When you try to load your idocs or bapis, bapi will give you a return function, right? In the return function, it will give you the reason of error. For idocs we need to go to two tables. One is edidc, one is edids. I will cover that when we go into data migration, okay? But as of now, please remember these two tables. One is edidc, one is edids. Inside edidc, you have the IDOC number, and inside edids, I have the complete explanation like why this record is failing. I will use these two tables. I will create a report on top of that. I will send this to business. I will tell them, hey buddies, these 10 records are failing because of this reason. Now, what if they corrected those defects? Suppose there was one configuration missing and they corrected it, right? They asked you to load these 10 records. Now when you go for the load, you will not definitely load these 100 records again, right? Because 90 have already been loaded. I do not want to load 100 again. That will create, if there are certain objects where the number range has been set as internal, you will create out. I was intending to create 100 records in total. You might end up creating 190. Some 90 records will be duplicate, right? So please always use the concept of delta loads in your programs. Whenever you have your programs for load, we will always have delta loads. How do we do it in BODS? That's a separate thing. I will cover this in detail, but try to understand the delta loads. What is a delta load now? I was trying to load 100. I loaded 90. Now I am remaining with 10. If I run my jobs again, I should not be loading these 100. I should be only loading these 10. Okay. So that's what I do with these post load error records, and that's where the delta loads become handy, because we will not be migrating. For example, there is an external number range for a material. I hope you guys know what is internal number range and what is external number range. For the freshers, internal number is generated by the SAP S4 system on its own, based on some different configurations. For example, now you might ask me what configuration. For example, for material types, for a material type finished good, they can set up the number range in such a way. If the material type is finished good or FERT, please allocate a number between 0 to 1 lakh. If the material type is half A, allocate a number between 1 lakh to 2 lakh. The moment any data owner sees this material number in S4 HANA system, he can quickly figure out whether this is a finished good, whether this is a semi-finished good, this is a raw material, this is a service, whatever it is. So they set up the number ranges. For internal number range, if you try to load 100 again, you will create 90 duplicate records. If the number range has been set as external, what is external number range? External number range, whatever you are passing into the IDOC, it will be an external to the S4HANA system. For example, you are only having one legacy system. Okay, you are having only one legacy system. There are 1 million materials. The client wants to have the same material number in S4HANA. So what you can do in the configurations, you can set the number range as external. So whatever data, whatever material number you send to the SAP system, S4 will create exactly the same material number over there. But if it's more than one legacy system, then we take care of data deduplications and all, then we mostly set up the internal number range. Now, if I have the internal number range, you will definitely create 90 duplicates. If you have the external number range, then the system will tell you this material number already exists. But let's be prepared for the worst. The worst is if we are using internal number range and you try to push in more 100 records, we will be creating duplicate records, and this is not recommended. So that's how we take use of delta loads. So what is the overall process now? I extract data. This will be from ECC to HANA Studio, or I can write DB, my local DB. It can be HANA Studio, it can be SQL, SQL anywhere, anything it can be. What is the second point? I will transform my data. What is the third point? I will validate my data. The moment I validate my data, two files will come up. One will be preload success. One will be preload error. What we do with these two files? We send both these files to my business owner or data owner, get these validated. If he gives me a green signal, I load my data. Once I load my data, I will create my post-load files. Okay, post-load files can have two types. One is post-load error. One is post-load success, and this we also call as reconciliation report. Is it clear till now? I'm going really slow because I expect there are some, I mean to say, freshers to data services in this group. So I don't want to be in hurry, even if it takes me more minutes after the call. So if anyone has any questions till now, please speak up, ask me 200 questions. I don't mind, please.
Delta load is something that is done. So whatever is remaining, the 10 fail loads, which is corrected, and then we load it. So that is a delta load.
I can give you one more scenario. Suppose my business gave me a file. My business gave me 100 records in the file. They asked me to load it. Now tomorrow they changed their mind. They told me, hey, please, I loaded these 100. Or I loaded maybe 90. Tomorrow they changed their mind. They told me, hey, sorry, we gave you the wrong file. Now we have 150 records. How many should you load tomorrow? Only 60.
60.
Why? So you can have delta loads in two scenarios. One, change in input. Second can be load failure. Now again, you are trying to load 60. Only 30 got loaded. Now there was some other configuration error. In the third run, you should only post 30 records. So 30 IDOC should be posted to the system, not 150 or 100 or 150, right? So this is one more scenario. Load failure or change in the input. And it does happen, you know. I have seen these cases in my career, like when the data owner comes up, hey, I'm really sorry, I missed the data, please update the files. Then I cannot load the duplicate data. So we have to use the logic of delta loads.
So delta loads, when we do, are we going to do it to the parent structure, or should we also include the child structure as well?
No,
like
no,
for example,
whenever you try to load an IDOC or a BAPI, if there is an error at the line item, it will not even create the header, right? So if there is an error, for example, for a header material, you have 100 line items, even 99 are passing, one is failing, it will be a complete error. So
okay.
it will be at the header level itself, you have to repose that.
Yeah, got it. Same case with BAPI as well. Yeah.
For BAPI as well, yes. If you have an error, if IDOC or BAPI or anything, it will load either everything or nothing. Yeah, please.
So have you ever experienced the deletion of the loaded data? Let's say you loaded something successfully and then business realized this is not relevant anymore, it should be deleted. Is there such a case
Yeah, it does happen. For example, in case of bombs, sometimes you load the data, they figure out, hey, we messed up some components. What they do is like they will, but in order to delete any data from S4, you need to take some great approvals from the leadership. And it might happen like there's an escalation, when you move up the production. In production, they will not let you delete it. Tail quality, maybe it's okay, but it's not recommended. So what they do is like they take an approval from the leadership, they create a documentation like why we are intending to delete this loaded data, then they delete it and you can load it back. But yes, there can be the scenarios where the already successfully loaded data has been failed. Then it's just like we lost some 30-40 hours. The client has to pay for those 30-40 hours again, because due to somebody's mistake, we loaded it, they will delete it, so it's a rework. We have to again start from the transformation, validate or load from any of these steps. If they don't want, they don't change the scope of data, then we can straight away go ahead with the load and then create the post load files. If they change the scope, now they found out, hey, we had to migrate 600 records, we could only migrate 200. There was some issue with this extraction criteria, then we have to do all the steps again. We have to send back the transformed valid preload succession, preload error. We have to again get the green signal, then load it, then post load preload again. We are wasting time.
Like suppose like if you are loading HR data, sometimes you have confidential data, so there will be a requirement to mask the data, masking of data.
We have that feasibility. If there is a telephone number, if there is like email address, then inside BODS we have something called data mask. What it does is like it will just have the first 2-3 characters and then it will do star star star. So in data source it does that. You see, is data mask.
Yeah, here the preloaded error. Who will address this preload error while validating the data?
Okay, if there is, see, preload error can be because of 4 things. One, it can be like some of the fields were expecting a value and from the legacy or from the source it's coming as null. The business or the data owner, he will go back to his source system and clean his data. It will form the basis for his data cleansing. There can be lookup error, what we also call as configuration error. Then the functional owner will go back to the target system. Here he will go back to the legacy system, right? Here data owner will be going back to his legacy system to clean his data. If there is a config error, functional owner will go to S4 HANA system and do the configuration. If there is an XREF error, functional owner will check if that particular record is in scope or he missed to give us the XREF for that particular value. If he is giving me the XREF for India and Germany, like India should get changed to IN, Germany to GE, but he forgot to give me for United Kingdom, then he will tell me, hey buddy, I'm sorry, I messed it up. He will update his XREF file and then I will run my preloads again. But if he tells me no, United Kingdom is out of scope, then I'm okay, I'm good to go. I will not load those records, I will make them as out of scope and I can tell him later on, buddy, for mock 2, please go ahead and mark country equal to United Kingdom from source as out of scope so that I can filter out this data even from the extraction. I don't want this data because you are not intending to load it. If there is a format error, if for example the country for example the telephone number in the legacy system is 11111, 5-digit number, but I know telephone number should be 10, right? So I can ask the data owner, please go back to your legacy system and do the cleansing. So this will be cleansing, this will be like readdressing if those records are in scope or not. This will be like going to the S4 HANA system and doing the configurations, and this will be like data cleansing. It's like this is the data owner, this is the functional owner. Only the data owners, functional owners, don't confuse yourself between data owner, functional owner. He can be the same person.
Okay.
But someone has to do it. Usually what happens, the client will never give you the access to ECC system. You can give them a report and they will do it on their own. They will not let you manipulate their legacy data. So they will go back to their system. They will keep track of all the changes.
So after rectifying this, then they will do the data load, delta load.
No. If they are not good with the preload success file, they find out, hey, we missed to set up some configurations, we missed to give some xref. They might ask you to rerun the preloads. If it's mock one, there is, see, for different mocks, they have the expectations. Like, hey, for mock one, if 60% of data is passing, we can go ahead with the load. But if it's 10% of the data is passing the validation, then it makes no sense for them to load it. What can they test with 10% of data? So they will address these concerns and they will ask you to rerun the preload. For usually for mock one, they have something like 50%. For mock two, they have something like 70%. For quality runs, QAT runs, they have something around 90% is the expectation, and ultimately for production, 100% is the expectation. This is how they set up their expectation for different mocks. If somebody is not, if sometimes it might also happen that the data owner or the business owner, he is not happy with the mocks. He can tell you, no, I want mock 3 as well for this particular object. It can happen. There is an increase in the scope, again increase in cost, increase in budgeting, everything increases. Master or transaction object, I am talking about these things in general, whether this is transactional, whether this is master data. For me, it's data, and these all steps we have to pass through.
Normally these data loads, will it be part of the sprints also? Like suppose if the client has agile methodology, so they may expect us to do mock 0 in sprint 1,
Yes.
mock.
No, buddy, it's not like mock 0 and mock 2 in sprints. No, it's not like that. So what they do is like they design their sprints. For example, they have usually each object will be having 100 to 150 objects, right? They can tell you, okay, for sprint 1, we want to test these 10 objects. For sprint 2, we want to have these 40 objects. For sprint 3, we want to have these 70 objects. But mock 1, mock 2, mock 3, or QAT loads, each and every object has to pass through that. Now I want to move to my second point, that is my cleansing needs. Or I discussed about this, what is the discovery phase? When it comes to the discovery phase, clients want to take a decision if they are ready, or is their legacy data ready for the migration. How do they know it? They know it by the use of information stewards. What they do is like they give us different reports. Hey, we have these many reports. Sorry, they have different rules, and they tell us to create reports based on those rules. And they, once we pass our data through those rules, they come to a conclusion if they want to migrate their data or not. For example, my client is giving me, say, 50 rules, okay, for a particular object. Say, let me take an example of material master. My client is giving me some 550 rules. He is asking me to create these rules and information stewards, and then he wants to analyze his data based on these rules. Now each rule will be having a score, and it will be out of 10. Some clients have an expectation, okay, if my data is like having 5% overall score, then I'll be going ahead with the data migration. If not, then I will put this pilot on hold. What is a pilot? Pilot is simply like we might have our data migration project will be divided into different pilots. It depends on the data owners how they want to divide it. For example, they want to divide the pilots based on this material type, or based on some sales organization, or based on some plant. In case of customers and vendors, they might ask me, okay, for this particular pilot, we want to migrate the data for US. Then in the next pilot, we want to migrate the data for UK. Then in the third pilot, we want to migrate the data for India. Now, if they ask me to have a check on country US, right, or plant 1020, they want me to have a check on this. So I will write my rules, or I will create a code in information stewards, and I will give them the real-time reports. Once they check these reports, they will then take a call. For example, they tried to get the reports for country India. Now they figured out, okay, we have 60% of data is looking good to them. They will give me the green light. They will just have maybe the discussions. Okay, let's make country India as the pilot, and then let's start with the data migration. But if they want to check for US, and they found out like, hey, only the score is 1 out of 10. So it means that their 10% data is ready for migration. So they might not go ahead. They will just make sure like they clean the data first, and then they go ahead with the data migration. I take this as no, then I will move ahead. Okay. What is the basic need for me to take a call, whether I will be migrating my data or not? Data, right? So data cleansing or data profiling, we call it. We call basically, sorry, I'm sorry for using the word data cleansing. I should use the term data profiling. Profiling is done on the source data. Just some basic filters. For example, for pilot one, they want to check the data for let's say like customers. Let me take an example of vendors now. Enough of materials. Let us take an example for vendors. For pilot one, they want to analyze the data for country US, and they want to take a call if they will go ahead and migrate the data for country US. Okay. So what I will do first, I will extract this data for country equal to US for all the relevant tables. For vendor, my relevant tables would be LFA1, LFB1, LFBK, LFM1, LFM2, or WYT3 as well. There are many tables for vendor. But as of now, let me take an example. I want to focus on vendor general data, that is LFA1, and I want to have a look on LFB1 as well. That is my company code data. So what I will do first is I will extract the data for these two particular tables. Then I will show you, I will filter out the data for country equal to US, and then I will go to my information stewards. I will show you how I have to write the rules and how the score is generated, how the scorecards are set up, and ultimately I will get a consolidated score for maybe vendors, and then the business can take a call if they want to go ahead with the migration of vendors for pilot equal to US. Does that make sense? So the first point to start with would be the extraction of data. Let me create a project here. Let me name it, say, PJ underscore vendor underscore maybe profiling, something like that. Okay. Now let me create a job, and I name the job as JB underscore vendor underscore profiling underscore US. I want to do it for US as of now. My job is ready. Now I will get a data flow. I'm doing all this in data services. Let me do something like df underscore maybe vendor underscore profiling underscore say LFA1 underscore US. Okay. I will go to my data store. I will go to my ECC, right click on this, import by name. Here I will write LFA1, hit enter. LFA1 should be here now. I want LFA1, then I want LFB1 as well. I can extract both LFA1 and LFB1 inside LFA1, but I don't want to do that because I want to show you like how I can connect my data flows in series or in parallels, and I mostly avoid extracting multiple tables in a single data flow. Why? Because of job optimization. I want my jobs or data flows to be optimized so that these when the jobs are running, they take me less time. Let me extract LFA1 first. I drag it I drop it. Since this is my profiling, I will not be selecting any fields. Whatever is there from the legacy, I will just drag and drop it. I will simply do this, drag it, drop it. The only thing I'm going to do is select these two primary keys, right click on this and reverse primary key. Somebody might ask me, why are you always doing this? Why are you always going there and then selecting the primary keys and reversing the primary key? Why? Because like primary keys will be unique. What if I want to dump my data for two legacy systems? And it might happen like vendor number 1 is coming from US and vendor number 1 is coming from UK. The moment I run my jobs, it will give me a primary key error, right? Sometimes I might extract data from multiple sources. That's the reason for a good practice. I will always make sure I just reverse the primary keys over here. Now, what I want to do is like I want to select US, right? Let me analyze the data first, like how they are maintaining it for US. Is US even present here or there is some other country? I will just check the data for LFA1 and I will go to, where is land 1? Okay, this is land 1, right? If you want to check how many land 1s are there, I will right click on this. I will do profile. Okay. So as of now, US is having 1022 records. For Germany, 967. For India, 327. Let me take US. I go inside. I do something like go to the where clause. I just drag, sorry, I have to drag land 1. I will do something like this equal to US. I'm keeping a space here because this is how they have maintained the data in SAP. Now, I will have this template table from here and I will drag and drop it. I will name it as maybe LND underscore LFA1 underscore profiling as of now. I don't want to name, or I can name it as EXT. This is simple, or something like underscore US. I can do it. It depends. So I will connect this. Now, if you see LFB1, I want to see the data for LFB1. I don't have any field like country in LFB1, right? But I'm only concerned for records which belong to vendors for country US. But LFB1 is not having any such data, right, for countries. So I will make use of LFA1 here. What I will do with the LFA1 extract, I will join only those LFA1 ext data with LFB1 which have the country US, and I want to extract only the data from LFB1 for such records. I'm not concerned. I don't need to worry about all the records. I only want such vendors which have a country US. Now LFA1 has a land 1, but LFB1 is not having any such field like land 1 or country, right? So what I will do is I will first extract the records from LFA1 into this table for the country equal to US. Then I will join this table with LFB1 based on vendor number, listener, so that I only get vendors corresponding to country US. How do I do it? Let me save it first. I will do right click and there is an option like show in local. Yeah, this is the option show in local. The moment I do show in local, this is the table here. Now I will create a data flow for my LFB1. Let me name it as df underscore vendor underscore profiling underscore LFB1 underscore US. I want to join this with this. If I am not joining these two, then these two data flows will run in parallels. but I will only run two data flows in parallels when they are not having the dependency on one another. As of now, I have a dependency on LFA1 because I am extracting it only for country US, and I want the data from LFB1 for only such vendors which have a country US. If I was extracting all the data from LFA1 without any filter, then it does not make sense to me to keep these two data flows in series, because I have to anyway extract all the data for LFB1.
Hey there, ready to master SAP S4HANA Data Migration Consulting? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace with us. In this training, dive deep into SAP S4HANA Data Migration Consulting. It's your toolkit for seamless data transitions, ensuring everything lands where it needs to be. We cover it all, from fundamentals to advanced techniques, crafted by seasoned experts. Our instructors are industry veterans, dedicated to your learning journey and here to support you every step. Join countless satisfied learners who have found our course invaluable. And the best part? It's budget-friendly, offering top-notch learning without the hefty price tag. Become a SAP S4HANA Data Migration Consultant Pro today. Enroll now on our site. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
But since there's a dependency now, I want this data flow to be executed first, dump the data from this for country US into this table, then I can use this table. If I keep these two data flows in parallel, what BODS will do, it will try to execute both these data flows at the same time. But since this table LFA1 is not present initially, right? It will only be present when this data flow is completed. Then I want to use the data flow inside LFB1 data flow. If I try to run this in parallel, it will give me an error saying LFA1EXT US is not present. So since there's a dependency, I want to run them in series. How to run them in series? Just connect this to this. It means this will execute. The moment this is executed, this table will be created and data will be dumped inside this table, LFA1. Now I will make use of this LFA1 table and I will extract the data for LFB1. Now let me take LFB1. Let me write something like query underscore LFB1 just to understand. I want all the fields for LFB1. What is Bookras? Bookras is company code. Each vendor will be having a company code. Again, I will select top 3, right click, reverse the primary key. Then I will go back to the data flow here. I will bring in this LFA1. The reason I already explained, I don't want all the LFB1 data. I want only the company code for such vendors which have a country US. Now this table will be having only those listeners or vendors which have country US. I will make use of this table. So what I will do, I will write query underscore LFA1. I will only get listener from this, because I only need listener to join it. I already discussed yesterday, if I'm using an inner join, then whatever is common between the two tables, that will show up, right? Now I will have one more query. I will always name these beautifully because this helps me later on to understand what I am doing where. If I am doing some transformations on maybe KTalk, I will write query underscore trans underscore KTalk.
Why do we need these intermediate query? Like the once one step is executed, like why can't we directly connect these two tables, because we already have a vendor master number, right, as a common key?
True. What say okay. What you are trying to suggest here is, why don't you simply join this to this and do a join?
Even to LFB1 itself instead of.
No, you cannot connect this table to this. No, you cannot do that. If you have to join, you need a query. Yes, you are correct. You can connect this to this and write an inner join here. But the reason I would always suggest, always use a query transform with each table coming in, because if at some later point of time you want to change the source table, then you do not need to change the joins, because you are connecting this to this. The join will be here between this and this. Since I will not be deleting this query LFB1 and query LFA1 anytime, I might change the source table LFB1. What if tomorrow my business tells me don't use LFB1, use LFB1 underscore 1? They might tell me, then at that point of time, it becomes very difficult for me, or it becomes a burden for me to change the joins. If I go inside this, see, if I go inside this, the moment you choose, you have the joins between LFA1 and LND LFA1 EXT, LFB1 and LND EXT. If you do not do this practice, like always make it a habit, whenever you want to join, always have a query first. Because at some later point of time, if you change the tables, it will not be a big rework for you. If you directly use the tables with the joins, you connect two tables straight away with a query, you can do that. But I would suggest not to do that, because if you change the tables at some later point of time, it's a lot of rework. So that's the reason I don't do it. I'm not showing it. What I will always do is, I have a query, I will connect this table to this query, I will connect this table to this query, then I will join it. It's doing the same thing, but this is a clean approach.
Yeah.
Now I ask you, I want all my data from LAB1. Let me dump it to the right side. And here I will write a join. Write a join simple. In BODS, I'm not doing the coding. I select the table. For inner joins, it doesn't matter which is on the left or which is on the right. For left outer join, it does matter, because for whichever table you want the complete data, you have to keep that on the left side here. If I select this table and I do this, I go to my LFA1, I do like this, equal to listener. I select OK. Now I don't want this in my output, right? Because I was only intending to bring this LFA1 listener so that I can get only such records from LFB1 which are having a country US. Since LFB1 is not having any field for country, so I will make use of this table by the means of join. Again, I will go back to this and I will dump this data into LND underscore LFB1 underscore ext underscore US. I select OK. I dump this into, I connect these dots. I save. I will go back to my project. Sorry, this level. What do we call this? Job level. I will hit this button. I will validate everything. No error found. I will run this data. Sorry, I will run this job. Right click on the job and execute. If you go here, you see, I will take you to the monitor tab. First, LFA1 is getting executed. Now there is some error. What is the error? Okay, MOCD2XT. There is some error while running, because what the error is saying me is like inserted a large value or for MCOD. It's not expecting this big value. What is the field? MCOD1. Let me try to do this. If this doesn't get resolved, I will show you. I will just explain some other ways to do it. How do we do it? I go to options. I select this, use nvarchar to char. Let me try to do it. I'm expecting the same error, but let's check what happens. This is bad data, Again, okay, now this is loading. Sometimes these characters come like Chinese characters or some other characters. So BODS does not understand them. So it tries to convert it into something we don't know. That's the reason I always insist on going to this table and inside this options, change this nvarchar to varchar. It will make sure you don't get such type of errors. Now let me analyze the data here. I will cross this. I want to analyze my data for LFA1. I want to only have my data for country US. Okay, I have US. If I do right click, I do profile. I have 1022 records as expected. If you want to do the profiling for some other field, you can also do it like here. I want to check maybe, let me check ORT1, that is maybe city. I want to check, yeah. So out of these 1022 records, Philadelphia is for 128, Atlanta is for 170, New York is for 56. If you want to analyze any field, you can do it here, update. So this is how we do the initial level of profiling. You can do this profiling inside BODS as well. If you want to check like how many fields are, how many records are there upfront, you can do something like this. It will tell you the number of records in this table. Now, if you want to see how many distincts are there, listener is a primary key for LFA1 as expected. Each and every listener or vendor number will be unique. So we are getting 1022. If I want to check for land one, just tick this and update. It's telling me, okay, land one, that's the country. It's only US over here. Minimum US, maximum US. Now let me take for city. If I select, I can select 2, 3, n number of fields and I can do update. Now it's trying to tell me there are 288 different cities and 147 different values for ORT02. The minimum being blank and the maximum, that is, since it's a varchar, it takes A, B, C, D, E, F, G in the sorting order. Then this Washington is the maximum value it can have. Now let me show you the data for LFB1. If I analyze my LFB1, LFB1 is the company code data. LFA1 is general data for vendor. LFB1 is company code data. LFM1 is the purchasing data. LFM2 can also have other purchasing data. And then there can have in ECC systems, we used to have LFBK. LFBK means bank data, but now in S4HANA system, we make the use of business partner. So we usually do not load LFBK, we load BUT0BK. Okay, then there is WYT3, that is a partner function data. I don't want to go deep into that. So this is how the company codes have been set up for vendors that belong to US. If I want to see the total count, 1291. If I want to see for how many vendors of US the company code was set, only 903. I already told you in the beginning, we were discussing left outer joins. It can be a case like the vendor has been created, but the company code has not been set up. So this is one specific case for that. It can also happen that the vendor was created, but the company code was not set up. Vendor was created, but the purchasing data was not set up. Now, if anybody asks me to migrate vendor master data, I will not only take these 903 records, right? I will take all 1200 and how many records? 1200 and something records that are there for vendors. And then I will extend the company code for 903 records. It does not mean I will only take 903 vendors in my scope of migration. No, whatever is in LFA1, I will load that. Then I will have a left outer join with LFB1 and I will load the corresponding company code data. How do we do that when we configure the iDocs? That's a separate topic. We will touch base on that. Do not worry about that as of now. So this is how my data is looking right now. I want to analyze one more thing. For how many records for country equal to US, they have been marked for deletion. So there is a field LOEVM, so this is the field. If LOEVM is equal to blank, it means the vendor is not marked for deletion. If LOEVM is equal to X, it means vendor has been marked for deletion. When we mark any vendor for deletion, it usually means we do not want them in the system. So how will we get rid of these vendors? We will simply, during the migration, we will write a filter where LOEVM is null. So whatever is not marked for deletion, only such vendors will go to the S4HANA system. What if the vendor has been marked for deletion, but there is a purchasing contract with this vendor for the next 10 years and it's going to expire in 2030? If I delete this vendor from my system, what will happen to the downstream object purchase contract? it becomes the duty of a data migration consultant to tell the business owners, hey, this is the impact it's going to have if you delete this purchasing contract. You have to either maybe mark that purchase contract for deletion, or you have to clean your systems, right? For the, at least at the general view, you have to just make sure that this vendor is not marked for deletion, right? Now how do we create these rules? Hey, like how many vendors are marked for deletion? How, some other rule, for example, I want to check for how many vendors the account group is 0001 for US, for country equal to US. So I will write some specific rules inside information stewards, right? I want to touch this on that. I want you guys to know how do we write the rules inside information stewards.
Is this, can we say it's just a validation of data, or we are just still
I cannot
analyzing?
say this is the validation of data. I can rather say I am trying to figure out what will be my scope. How many vendors will there be in scope? We are still in the discovery phase. My
Yeah.
client wants to know, okay, he wants to migrate data for country US, but he wants to know how many of these vendors are marked for deletion. What if out of 1200 vendors, 1100 have been marked for deletion? Then it makes no sense for them to create those 100 remaining vendors, right? Either they have to clean the system, or they will analyze the downstream objects. We are still in the discovery phase. We are still not there. Like, we don't have a DDD. We don't have an XREF. This particular task forms the basis for creating those DDDs, cross references, those rules, those extraction criteria. This forms the basis. We are still in the discovery phase. So please now don't go into the data migration part. Let's be in the discovery phase. How do we come to the conclusion? What will be migrated? We are now in a position, we want to understand our scope. As of now, my client told me, hey buddy, I want to migrate data for US. Can you help me to understand what will be in the scope? What if I have some 1200 vendors, now 10 are marked for deletion, right? If I was checking this, let me check again. L, where is L? L, I cannot find it. Just give me a second. I want to go. Okay, this is LOEVM, right? Okay, if I see for out of how many records, say 1022 records, only 18 have been marked for deletion. So it means less than maybe 2-3%. So it will not bother my client, 1-2% of data does not bother him. He is still good with 98%. What if 1004 were marked for deletion? It might be a case. Then he will analyze his data. He will not even go ahead with the migration of vendor master, because he has to analyze his data. He will then ask me, okay, can you please go ahead and check for my LFM1 table? Can you please go ahead and then check for the purchasing contracts table? Can you profile the data for me so that I take a call? What if I have to migrate the purchasing order data? My client will tell me, okay, you go to the purchasing contract tables and you try to figure out, if I have a purchasing contract with 100 vendors, how many of those vendors are marked for deletion? How will he come to know? With the use of profiling. So we usually do these tasks inside information stewards. How do we use this information stewards? The basic for using the information stewards is we need some data. And the profiling is always done on the pure legacy extracted data. Pure data. I will not have any transformations on it. I will just try to apply some filters based on the pilot requirement. Usually one SAP system is having data for multiple regions, and each region is having a data owner of its own. It's not like one data owner is there and he will be analyzing the data for each and every country. No, it does not work that way. Country US will be having a data owner and he wants to analyze data for himself. If he can go ahead with the migration, we are just trying to help him. Let's name him Bob. We are just trying to help Bob to take a call if his data is in good shape for migration. He will then go ahead and create the DDDs, set up the filter criteria, set up the mapping documents, everything. But before going there in the discovery phase, we will always start with information stewards. We have to take a call. Is our data looking good? Okay, 60% is good, but 40% we will clean up our legacy systems in the meantime. But they have to take a call somewhere, right? For that, we will use information stewards. And for us as data migration consultants, we will extract the data first in data services, and then we will use these tables, these landed tables in information stewards. I have already shown you how to extract the data. Now I will go to information stewards, but before going there, I want to take up the questions. If anyone has any question, please remember we have to spend 37 hours together, 37 more hours together. If you have any question, please ask me. I don't get irritated by questions, or I don't even mind any question. If it's I don't care. Just ask me questions if you have, because I don't want you to have some doubts.
In the template table, we have some options there. Can you just let me know the options? Like along with Anvarka, we have some other options as well.
Okay, you want to do, for example, see, mostly you will use an varchar to this varchar. The reason, there might be some characters that which BODS assumes, like this is a long character. For example, if your Chinese description is coming up, BODS feels like, okay, I will need some maybe 10 spaces to, or 10 maybe 10 or 20 spaces to accommodate this character. So it will throw me an error, right? So in order to avoid that, it's always a better practice. Go to the options and choose this varchar to char. Second option you can use is like autocorrect load. What autocorrect load is does is, it will not allow the duplicate record to get into the target table. Please, whenever I say target table, I mean this table where I am dumping my data. This will always be my source table. This will always be my target table. So what this autocorrect load will do, if there's a record, for example, listener 1, exactly same data is again coming for maybe UK, listener 1, same data. All the fields are same. Then if you set this autocorrect load as yes, have the duplicate record in the target system or the target table. Use overflow file. Sometimes it might happen that there is a bad data. Just now you saw like something was, there was an error, right? If you want, I will go, no, do I have this? Yes, I have this. So there was an error, right? What if this MCOD value was something like, I don't know, there it can be some 100 characters, and MCOD1 is not accommodating this value. So what we do is, inside this error handling, so we can give an error overflow file. So whenever there is an error, the job will not get truncated, or job will not get, it will not throw me an error. Rather, whatever is the bad data, it will get loaded to that file. Okay, then you can analyze those error files or overflow files, and you can figure out what to do with that. You have the same options, I think, here. Usually what we do is like, we will select this, use overflow file, and then you give the file name, and you give the the server address over here, where I should just post that file. If there is any overflow of data, like there is any column which cannot accommodate, which can accommodate 30 characters, but now 70 characters are coming, or any error happening because of bad data, we take the use of this error handling. What else options do we have?
Okay, it mostly happens related to finance related table.
It can happen. Can happen. So mostly, I mean to say 99%, I will only change this to yes, that's it. Otherwise, I will not do anything in the options. Or sometimes when you change the template table to a permanent table, then here you will select like drop and recreate table. You will disable this. What it does, I will cover each and every point. I don't want to go there as of now, because I want to focus for the rest of my time on information stewards.
Greenfield project, right? I came across articles where we normally don't upload any historical data. So is that true? And if it is, then
What
how
is
can
what is historical data? If you tell
so
me from the data integration point of view, historical data is, for example, I change my address from maybe US to UK. What data integration projects do is like they will keep one record for UK, and they will update a flag, say active flag as inactive, and then they will mark another record there and update the address for US. That is for data integration projects. But when it comes to data migration projects, I don't think if there is a vendor, it can have a historical data over there in the system, right? And I don't think any SAP system or any data owner would want the historical data over there in the SAP system, because when you are creating a data, for example, for vendors, you can only create a vendor number, general data, company code. What can you do with the historical data over there?
so can we say that if it is a greenfield implementation, we don't need a data migration activity?
No. You cannot say that. What is a greenfield? Greenfield is simply my client was on some system. He was using Excel files till now, but now he wants to use an SAP system. He is new to SAP. Everything
Right,
has to be set up from the scratch.
right.
So if everything has to be set up from the scratch, he would still need SAP BODS, he would still need HANA Studio, he would still need data migration consultants who know how to migrate data using IDOCs and BAPIs and LTMCs or LSMWs or BTPs, anything. But at the end of the day, whether it's brownfield, whether it's greenfield, for us, this is data. When it's like brownfield, we are having data from ECC systems. It's easy for us to manipulate data because we know, okay, KTOC is getting mapped to KTOC. But for greenfield implementations, we are not sure how they have set up their tables. Then they need to define this explicitly in the provided templates in the DDDs. They have to tell us, okay, they had a field alpha. They want to map it to KTOC in SAP now. So they have to take the calls. As data migration experts, we don't care how how their legacy data is set up. For us, it's the work of functional owners and data owners to come to the conclusion how the data will be there in S4, because SAP will always be a standard, right? It cannot have LFA1 structure for one client and LFA1 different structure for different second client. It's a standard. Everyone has to follow that template. LFA1 is having these many fields. If you are having the data in some alpha beta fields, I don't care. You have to give me the mapping as per SAP. So whether this is greenfield or brownfield, it doesn't matter to us. Ultimately, what we are doing is we are migrating data, and we are migrating data based on their mapping documents, DDD. So they have to design that perfectly. Anyone has any doubts?
So recently I attended one interview. They asked me what are the tools available for data migration. So can you please little bit elaborate how we can answer this question?
What are the tools?
Yeah, what are the tools or what
Okay.
procedure you follow to for data migration? They asked me.
For the procedure, I already have given the complete description in the starting of this session. What are the
Yes.
tools? If you ask me as a standard practice, I will first in the discovery phase ask my client to set up the information stewards. I will
Okay.
ask him to give me SAP BODS or data services. I will ask
Okay.
him to give me HANA Studio. I would ask him to give me the access to his ECC system. What I would do is like I would always recommend my client to go for data cleansing needs, because I want to analyze his data, and in order to analyze data, I would need the help of information stewards. So you will extract your data in using BODS into HANA Studio. Your HANA Studio is connected to both BODS and information stewards. You will write some business rules over there, and you will analyze the data. Your client will then take a call whether he will go ahead with the data migration or he will defer it to some later point of time and do the cleansing first. And once the client is satisfied, okay, he is good to go with the this data migration, then BODS comes into picture. And the overall approach I already discussed in this beginning of this session, like how we extract the data and based on the DDDs, based on
Okay.
the mappings, everything I have discussed.
Are there any prerequisites that we as a data migration consultant have to know? Like, for example, for BODS, we are maintaining data store. So there might be some configuration which we might need to do. And also for information steward.
For bots, for data services, you don't need to worry about any configurations, anything. The repos, the information steward, the servers, everything, repositories, central repositories, everything is done by the basis team. Your job starts when they give you the DDD, you go there and you start analyzing the DDD. You then figure out how you will load the data. If you have a DDD, you go, for example, somebody gives me a DDD for material master. I know by my experience I'll be using an IDOC mat mass. What if they are giving me some fields over there that are not present in the IDOC, right? Mat mass IDOC. Then I will try to figure out the BAPI for this, like material underscore save. Right, then I will try to figure out if there is these fields are there. If I still don't find it, then what I do is like I will tell my client, hey buddy, you have given me these fields, these are not present in the IDOC or BAPI. What should we do? Are they really needed in the target system? He can tell me yes or no. If he is like, no, I need these, then I will just check like in the transactions, if there is any manual transactions by which I can update these fields, then I will create an LSMW. If nothing works, then I will again go back to my like DDD owner. I will ask him, hey buddy, we need the help of an ABAPer to create a wrapper or to create a function module for this. Unless and until you are not sure about the method of load, you will never go ahead and create your code in BODS, because there are certain scenarios where you will not be able to load the data. Then what is the point of wasting our time creating creating the extraction jobs, transformation jobs? Because I have seen it in my past experience. Sometimes we are not able to load the data, then the client tells us, okay, I will do it manually. I have some 60-70 records, please. Because I don't want to use an ABAPer as of now, it will increase my cost. So whenever you analyze the DDD, always the first thing is go and check which method of load you are going to use. For example, they gave me some 10 fields. I found them in the MatMath. I am good. Then I will start with the extraction. From there, my work starts. My work is not to configure BODS or configure information servers or put up the servers. No, that's the work of basis guys.
The second query is like when will we execute the jobs? Like we have faced these errors. Right? Like when I try from my side, I face some weird errors. So those are not related to the job. So in such cases, also we need to contact and reach out to basis team regarding the help, like disk space error, some kind of spacing issues or something we had. Like in our project that we are dealing, we used to have that issue, and we used to frequently reach out to the the concerned basis team, and what they used to do is they used to remove some space or something. It is related to some RDP or something, and they used to do. So in such scenarios where we have errors related to jobs which are not related to our activity, like when we validate the job, everything is fine, and when we execute it, instead of this and worker correction or something which are related to other aspects. So in such scenarios, we need to reach out to basis team, right? They are the right person.
Whenever you are getting memory dump issues, sometimes you might get the memory dump issue. What usually happens is like the system owner or the admin is setting up the server and he is allocating maybe 50 GB for the server. But you guys later at some later point of time find out this is causing me the memory dumps. You can ask them, hey, please allocate 100 GB to it. But before doing that, you have to go to your server. You have to check if you guys are creating any reports, and those are not wanted anymore. So what we do is like I personally, what I do is like I will ask my team, please go to the different folders where you are creating your reports and do the cleansing. Maybe every quarter, every 6 months, they go back to their local folders and they check if they have created some unwanted file. They are putting some ATL files over there. They will delete those files. But if you are still getting these errors, what you can do, you can go back to the system admin or the basis guy. You can ask him to allocate more memory to these systems so that you don't get any such error. But mostly in data migration project, these guys are not so frugal, they will always allocate a good amount of memory to the systems. It's just because of us sometimes we keep on creating these files like preload reports, postload reports, so many
Yeah,
reports create, and
because
we
of the
take
team
care.
size, actually, we
True,
have
true.
a lot of
Yeah,
team size. So
yeah,
maybe that could be the
yeah.
case.
It's always better to revisit those folders and check if we need any cleansing. Okay, let me then go ahead and start with the information steward. Before doing that, I want to just copy this. So this is how your information stewards is going to look like. Inside your information stewards, you will be having a project. This project, the admin will take care of this. You can also create these projects or connections or anything inside the CMC, Central Management Console. But as of now, you don't need to worry about this because everything will be set up.
Do we have only one project, or it depends? Like,
You can see, for example, different pilots can have different projects, and these guys, what business owners do is like they will not give access to UK data owners. If for example, I have a project for US, I have a project for UK, these guys do not give access for US to UK data, right? They do not allow UK guys to see US data, or UK guys will not allow Europe, say Indian guys to see UK data. So they can set up their systems in such a way like they will be giving the access to particular owners. So what we do is like we create different projects. If I see over here, I have only one enterprise project, but inside Central Management Console, we have something. I will show you that as well. So we have something called, this is how it looks. Where is Central Management Console? You see Central Management Console. If I go inside Central Management Console, how the Central Management looks like is if I go here and I select my information stewards, a window will appear. If I go to data review, I can create a project over here, create. You see, if I select this, I want to name it. I want to create like pj underscore test, or I want to do it like pj underscore test underscore UK. Let me give the same description, pk underscore test underscore UK. I want to save it. The moment I save it and I go back here, I should be able to see it because I already created that. So these guys, what we can do inside the CMC, we can do it, but we seldom do this. This is all the work of admins and basis guys. We do not do it. Let me take you inside the enterprise project now. Okay. Now, what I will do is there are different tiles over here. One is workspace home. One is rules where I can write a rule. The third one is data cleansing advisor. We don't use it. This one is important. Scorecard setup, where we will see the overall score of my objects, like for vendors, customers, materials, cost centers, profit centers. I can set up the rules and I can try to figure out how my data is looking like. What's the overall score? This is something like task, where I can create a task and run it. Let me go from the word, like, let me go it from here. The first thing is I need to import the table that I already extracted. So what I will do, please remember these points, or you can note it down, or you will be having the access to this recording. Please remember these things. The first thing is I need to import my table that I created. So I will do something like plus, then table by name. I will select LFA1EXT US. Okay, I want to do save. If you see inside this, I have LFA1EXT US. Now I want to import LFB1 as well. Everything is connected to HANA Studio, So HANA Studio or HANA DB is the base for each and everything, whether it's BODS, anything. That's the reason I keep on insisting. Please understand SQL. Try to learn SQL. Now if I want to analyze this data or see this data over here, I click on this and I can view my data. Okay, this is how my data is looking. For this is how my data is looking. Now I want to create a rule. I want to have a look on my LFA1 data. The rule is Just try to check the count or the score of LFA1 based on deletion indicator. What is a deletion indicator? LOEVM. If deletion indicator is marked for X, or it's if a vendor is marked for deletion, then LOEVM will be equal to X. Now I want to take a call, or I want to set up a rule based on this LOEVM. So what I will do, I will go to my second tab. This is the rule. I will create a rule. Let me take the rule as rule underscore LFA1 underscore US. I can do some description here like check, or I can maintain a field as well, because LFA1 can have multiple rules. LOEVM underscore US. So what this rule means, I'm checking my LFA1. I'm checking on deletion indicator for country US. So what I can do is check deletion indicator for vendor US. In the approver, I can set it as administrators. Then here I can have the options, quality dimension, whether I'm checking the accuracy, completeness, conformity, consistency, integrity. Let me put this in integrity. Whether to put it in integrity, conformity, anything, we will be given the sheet, the information rules sheet by the business owners, and they will mention each and every point in that sheet. Hey, you need to create a rule for LFA1 for country US, and the quality dimension should be integrity. They will mention it over there. Now, the first thing is you have to name a rule. Second thing is you have to give a description. Third step is you have to keep the approver as administrators. Fourth thing is you have to select the dimension. You can select the dimension based on the input or based on the profiling sheet. Then you will add a parameter. As of now, I want to do the profiling based on LOEVM. So I will create a parameter LOEVM. After creating a parameter, I will hit this add expression. The moment I hit add expression, please remember, in case of expressions in information stewards, you have to think that what should be the value of that particular field to pass the data. Please remember, you have to remember this thing. We have to pass the data. How will we get the failed data? We will only, in information stewards, whatever is the rule, we have to do the inverse of that. See, why are we intending to write this rule? We want to get all those vendors that have been marked for deletion. So I should do something like here, where LOEVM is equal to X, right? But we don't do this in information steward. We always do the opposite, so that we get the failed records. I need the records which have LOEVM equal to X. Information stewards has been designed in such a way that we have to write the opposite of whatever we are intending. I am intending to get the records for LOEVM equal to X. I know LOEVM can only have two values, either X or null, either X or blank. So I know X I need, right? So I will write not equal to X. I will again repeat this. This is very important. Whenever you are writing a rule in information stewards, you always have to think in the opposite direction, because you want to get the failed records. In order to get the failed records, you will pass the data. Here I am writing a rule which passes the data. What is my pass data? That is not marked for deletion. So I am passing the data here, because when you are passing the data, it will give you then the pass score. Okay, 999 records are not marked for deletion. They are passing this rule. They are passing the data here. Then my score will be 9.99. Otherwise, if you write exactly what it's written in the profiling sheet, you will mess up with the reports. As of now, I want I want to have a rule on LOEVM which is marked for deletion. I know if I have to pass this data from the information steward's point of view. So I will write not equal to X. I will validate, I will save this. And then I will click this button. Here's a drop down. And I will approve this rule. Click OK. And just close this. If I do a refresh, you see under integrity, there is a rule LFA1, which is in the approved state. Now, there are several steps. The first step is you created a rule, right? Rule is created. Now I want to bind this rule to a table. I want to use this rule on some table, right? You only created a rule. Now you want to pass some data through this rule so that you get the scores. In information stewards, we call this as binding. I will select this rule and I will hit this button. This is called create a binding. I will select this. I will select my table. My table is LFA1. Then it will automatically select LOEVM because I named it correctly. If you want this rule to be on some other field, you can select them here. Whatever field you want to apply, you can do that. But as of now, I want to apply on LOEVM. I will keep this as LOEVM and I will do save and close. Now, you see, if I select this rule, it's telling me, hey, buddy, this rule is having a binding on table this and it's bound on column LOEVM. If my score is less than 5, it's a low score. If it's greater than 8, it's a high score. And whenever the score is less, it will have something like a red signal type of thing. I will show you. Let me repeat. The first thing is creating a rule. The second thing is binding a rule. Okay. Now I need to get the score. I need to push this data to my server and push this data through this rule, right? So what I will do, I will go back to my workspace. I will click rule results. I'm going really slow because I want you to memorize these things. When I do like this, I will select this. I will hit this button. This is calculate score. First, you created a rule. Second, you are binding this rule to a table. Third, you are creating the score or calculating the score. Let me do this. Then it will ask me, give the name to this task. I say vendor marked for deletion basic for US, right? Now I can give it maximum of 500. I will do save and run now. The moment you do save and run now, you can come to the task and you can check if your rule is running or it's completed or it's failed. Let it run. Completed. I will go back to this. I will hit rule result. I will select this. I will refresh my results and then select this. You see, my score as of now is 9.82. That is 98.2% of my records are passing this rule. How many records are failing? 18. If I click on this, it will give me the failed records. You see, for all these records, LOEVM should be equal to X. Where is LOEVM now? This is LOEVM. If you see these records, for everything LOEVM is X. Then what they do is, like business owner, they go and they export the results so that they can analyze these. So this is how we will create a rule, bind a rule, and then calculate the scores. Now for my basic or my general data for my vendor, score is 9.82. It means from the general data point of view for my country US, I am good to go with my migration, right? Now my client wants to have a look on the company code data. Okay, let me create one more rule for company code. I will again go here. I will create a rule. Say I want to copy this once. I will create a rule. I will name it as LFB1. Check deletion. We also have a deletion at the plant level. Sorry, company code level. Let me check. I want to check this. This is my LFA1. This is my LFB1. We can have a, let me check if there is a deletion flag. We should have at the company code level.
I think it's at the top only after
Okay.
SPERR.
Thank you. Yeah, it should be there. I just want to check how the data is looking like so that I can set up my rule like that. Usually it should be null or X, but in the ACC data, it's like spaces. Where could you see it?
It's in the first left one. If you go to the extreme left, after SPERR, you have it.
Oh, perfect, perfect. Now let me analyze. Okay, for 13 records, it's X. Let me set up the score for LFB1. Check deletion indicator at company code level for country equal to US. Again, I go here. It's a repetitive task. Let me set this as completeness. I can set any quality dimension over here. Let me say maybe no, not it. Let me check consistency. Okay. I will add a parameter. Again, I will name it as LOEVM. Again, I will add an expression. Again, I will say not equal to. I will say X. I will save it. I will click this. Then I will approve. Okay. I have my score. Sorry, I have my rule now. This is under consistency. I select this rule. I will bind it. What is the table? LFB1. I do like this. LOEVM gets auto selected. I save and close. I'm done. I go back to workspace home. Then I go here. I will select this LFB1. I will create a score. Now I want to name a task. Say check deletion indicator company code US. Now again, I can set it as 500. I will save and run now. Now, why am I creating these tasks? For example, I suggested my data owners to clean their data. They might take some time to do it. So what will happen is like if on 30th of June I did some reporting and they started to clean it, they might ask me after 10 or 20 days, buddy, can you run your reports again? So what I have to do is I can come over here, I can do select all, and I can hit this. The moment I hit this, then I will regenerate the scores, and you can see it in the information stewards. How did the score look like? I will run it for both my rules again, and I will show you how it creates the real-time graphs. First, let me go here. I will again go to rule result. I will do select this, and then I see the score. If I again, you see 13 records are failing, 9.89 is the score. And if I select this, I can see these 13 records over here, which are failing. So this is how we set up the scores, how we get the scores, and how we can share this data with the data owners. Now there's a catch. Please remember this. In information servers, whenever you want to export this data or you want to see the data, we can only see 500 records. So that's the issue with information servers. Then how do we export the data? I will show you later on, but usually we have the limit of 500 to it. So now we are done with this, right? Scores have been generated. My business owners can take a call. Okay, I am good to go with LFA1. I am good to go with LFB1 data migration. But before doing that, what I as a data migration consultant will do, I will create a scorecard for this. This is corresponding to LFA1. This is corresponding to LFB1. I will not be having only two rules, right? I'll be having 50, 60 or 20, 30 rules. How will my data owner understand what is the how the overall data score looks like, right? So for that, I will set up my scorecard. How to do that? I will go here. I will create a scorecard. I will select this. Say I want to select it for vendor US. Say I want to do vendor gen underscore general data underscore company code data underscore US. I will save it. The moment I hit this, I need to check all the dimensions that in which I created my rules, right? Let me check where all I created my rules. I created in my consistency and integrity. So I will select consistency and I will select integrity over here. Then I will select this consistency is selected. I have to select the rule. Okay, if under consistency, there is LFB1 rule. I will save this. Then when this is saved, you have to select this. It will tell me, okay, this rule has been bound to this table. It needs a complete information before setting up the scorecard. See, there's a warning sign that's gone. For consistency, it's gone. It means this rule, this dimension, quality dimension is done. But at the header level, that is vendor US, I'll still see this warning. It's not completely defined. So what I can do, I have to now go to integrity. If you have 7 or 8 quality dimensions, you need to do this for each and every quality dimension and each and every rule. So it's going to take up some time for the first time. So I will select this rule. Then inside the rule, I will click this. I will see the binding of the table. Now you see this is gone. Now my scorecard has been generated. If I go to the scorecard and if I select now, you see there is a scorecard. It means the quality of my data for general data and company code data is 9.86. For the quality dimension consistency, it's 9.89. For the quality dimension 9.82. The score is for the integrity, the score is 9.82. Okay. Trend line, it's not available as of now because once we run these tasks some 2, 3 or 5 times or 10 times, then there appears a graph how the data is changing. As of now, the data will not change, right? Whenever they will clean their data, then you will see a score over here. I want to run this again so that I can show you something else. I want to run these two scores. Let me rerun these two. I will select these. I will run these. When you will do this, for example, you gave them the report on 30th of June and you tell them, hey, buddy, please clean the data. Now they go back there to their system, analyze the reports, and they figure out, okay, for general data, we want to unmark 6 vendors that were marked for deletion. They will clean the system, their legacy system, right? And they try to they understood like, okay, we cannot mark 13 vendors marked for deletion at the company code level. They will go back to their system and they will clean it as well. Then what they will ask is, please rerun your reports. What you will do is like you will run your jobs again in the PODS so that you have the latest copy of data. Then you will run these tasks again here. If I go back to my scorecard, I will show you. You see this? Let me refresh. The score is still the same. If you hit this tab, data quality detail, now you see for vendor, I have 2 dimensions. It will give me the complete detail. I have 2 quality dimensions. For quality dimension, this is the score. For integrity, this is the score. These are the rules under my vendor US. And if you want to see, for example, if I select now the table at the table level, I selected this rule, I selected this table. Now it will tell me in the real time how my data is looking. So my score was what? On the X line, there's a date. So it will tell me, okay, on this date, your score was 9.82. If I run it after 10 days, it might give me a score like this. Okay, now the data quality has improved. Or if the data quality is not improving, it might be like the point is 9.8. Sometime later, it will be 9.7. Somebody else marked some more 20 records marked for deletion, right? So then you can analyze it over here, how your data is looking like. But usually, whenever we go through the discovery phase, it is like 60% of the data is passing these rules, or 60% of the data is looking good. They go ahead and go for the data migration. If the data is looking like, no, this is not looking good to us, we need to clean up the system before we can go ahead with the data migration, then they will stop that particular pilot. They will focus on some other pilot, or they can ask you to do the profiling for UK. And if any pilot looks good to them, and they will go ahead with that before they clean up the data for US. This is completely how information steward works. And trust me, the moment you have 5, 6, or 7 years of experience in data migration, people would be expecting you to know information stewards. If you know if you know information stewards, it's going to help you big time. Because mostly what senior managers do is they want their resources to know this, because they do not want to hire information stewards guy for doing the discovery phase. They want their data migration consultants to know this, so that just maybe to save the cost, right? Because one person can do this. So whenever I personally ask anyone if he has data migration experience, I would definitely ask him, do you know how to use information stewards? If he knows it, it's a plus point. So please go through this training again, or if you do not remember anything, please speak up. I would be glad to go back, revisit wherever you need help. But this information stewards is important. That's the reason I'm really going slow. I'm not rushing up. I just want to, I mean to say, train you on information stewards so that you can use it in your projects.
One is the scorecard always set to 10, or we can vary it and keep
No,
it at
it will
100?
it will always be out of 10. Always. It will always be 10
Okay.
out of 10. So it gives me a score of 9.89. It means 98% data is good.
And the second one is regarding the table. So since we are using the staging tables which we have created there, so is this information steward like for calculating or checking the reports? Are we going to use them in the realization phase, like for the initial tables that we have in SAP? Or because we also have validation transform in bots, right? So
Don't go there. Don't go there, sir. Don't go there. We are just in the discovery phase. We are
okay,
just trying to take a call whether we will go
okay.
ahead with migration or not. Don't go
Acha,
to
just to
transformation.
check the data in the SAP tables
Quality.
whether it is proper or not, or the quality of the data is correct or not. We just use. Okay.
True. We are just in the data discovery phase or discovery phase. We are not there. We are not there.
Okay.
We don't have any DDD. We don't have any XREF. This
Okay.
forms the basis for XREF. This forms
Okay.
the basis for DDD. But we are in the discovery phase. We are trying to analyze if we can go ahead with the migration or not.
Yeah. So instead of using the traditional approach of taking all the table dump in Excel and validating there, we can directly use this tool where we can.
A good client will never use Excel because
Yeah.
he will not get the real-time reports on that. He will not get the historical data over there. But here you can get the historical data. When you run it like maybe 10-20 times or 2-3 times the data is changing, then you can see some beautiful graphs over here. Even you go here, you can see some great graphs over here. You see, it's taking time to load, but yeah, it will. So you can see. So even if I want to see the graph for this, it's telling me, okay, it will help the client to keep a track. Okay, my data was looking 98% correct maybe on 3rd of June. Now it's looking 95% is looking correct. Now 80% is looking correct.
And the third one is, do we have any sample document for this? Like, what are all the initial set of rules that we need in the integrity or consistency? If
I
you have any,
will design a document and I will show you the maybe a couple of rules in the next session, how the document look like.
yeah, actual real time scenario, like how exactly we need
Yeah,
to.
I will show you. Usually, all the service partners. Whenever I say service partner, I mean like consulting companies. They have these, I mean to say pre-formatted, or they have these rules. They have these sheets, and they just send these sheets to the clients, and they ask them, okay, which of these rules you want us to implement. So every service partner has this Excel sheet or these profiling rules. I will show you a couple in the next session.
And how are we going to showcase this to the client? Like, is there any way to publish this and export the?
Okay. What we do later on is, the moment a data migration consultant creates these reports, then we use this data in Power BI, and we create some beautiful charts over there, and we have a call with the data leaders or the business, and then we help them take a decision. These reports are then consumed by the Power BI.
Okay. So again, we need to. I mean, we have to integrate information steward to Power BI, and we have to put this.
Nothing like that. See, what happens is, like, for example, in one of my project or in some project, we did the data profiling. Then what we did is, like, against each rule, we wrote down, okay, for example, against each object, I have this vendor object, right? I do not write vendor US over there. I'm writing it for the sake of testing over here. So what I will do, I will write vendor over there as an object. Then I will write the quality dimensions. Then I will maintain the quality in an Excel sheet. I'm saying I will maintain this quality score 9.89, 9.82. Then under each quality dimension, I will have a rule number 1, rule number 2, I will write the score. Then I will consume that Excel sheet in my Power BI to get some sort of a presentation report, PPT or something. And then I will showcase it to my client. I will just give them the reports in a presentable way. I will not straight away give them. This is understood by data migration consultants, business owners, but to the heads, to the big guys, they do not consume these things. They will simply consume those PPTs, and we will use this data to create those PPTs using the Power BI.
Okay, so we need to manually take this output or into Excel and then.
No, buddy. See, for example, if you tell me how I need to now tell my maybe the PepsiCo head. I need to tell them, hey, would you go ahead with the data migration or not? I will not go to IS and I will show him all these reports. What if my server breaks down in the middle of a business meeting? So the best way is, I will just create a report using Power BI using these scores, and then I will showcase it to my business heads. I never go to my IS and open IS or any system for that case, or BODS in front of in the meetings. It never happens. We will always use these reports and create beautiful presentations. But that's not in our scope. That's what maybe the senior managers and above do. We don't do that. We will just create the rules, and we will help them with the scores. We will help them understand if they can go ahead with the data migration or not. That's our purpose. That's the reason we use information stewards. For data migration consultants, what do you call that? The expectation is, we should be able to create rules. We should be able to bind, calculate scores in information stewards. How do we do it how do we consume these reports in the Power BI? Then it's a different thing altogether. We don't do it. When I was a junior, I used to believe, like, My seniors don't do anything. When I grew up, I know now what they are doing all days, They will always be there creating some beautiful reports, making it picture perfect to showcase it to the client, because clients, they do not understand anything when they are new to SAP. You have to literally make them understand like a kid. So that's what our leaders do. And for example, you are having a project for, say, pilot 1. If you are getting a project for pilot 2, always thank your leaders, because they are the ones who put in sweat, blood and sweat to get these projects. And we always work, and ultimately we earn. But we should be thankful to our seniors, or our partners, or whosoever is at the head level.
You mentioned information steward can process only 500 records at a time. So what happens when there are 10,000 materials in a plant and it need to be analyzed?
No, I did not say it can have only 500 records. I said when you want to analyze the data, for example, when I will go back there. When, for example, I am here, right? I want to analyze this data. Okay, I can. This is like the limitation of information stewards. You can only have 500 records. Now, if you want to get all these 1000 records into some Excel straight away, you cannot do that. Then what basis team does, they will create a profiler repository. There's a repository called profiler repository. They will create it. And when you are creating your tasks here, when, for example, let me edit it. When you are creating a task, save all failed data. I'm not selecting anything. I will use that profiler repository over here. Then that when I'm trying to export to Excel, I can get more than 500 records. This is a limitation of information servers, and you cannot do anything about it.
And just for a project, just to get an idea, how many objects do you actually analyze? You say how many objects? Let's say now you showed us for vendors. So
you will have for master data, you will have for transactional objects. It depends on an object to object. Usually most of the clients want to finish this in 1 month. So mostly in 1 month, you can profile maybe 20 objects at max, because it's not like you will go and each object will be having 20-30 rules.
yeah,
Create these 20-30 rules and create those PPTs and update those scores. It takes a lot of time, trust me. Then usually what clients do is like they will analyze the master data, they will analyze some big objects. For example, I need to take a call on bill of materials, I need to take a call on pricing, I need to take a call on pricing, purchase contract, sales contract. Big objects they will cover, and then they will analyze data. They will not do it for all the 154 objects.
Okay.
And whenever we decide the scope of any project, even before bidding, what our data leaders or what our leaders do, they will set up the expectations accordingly. If the client is not willing to spend money, no service partner is going to give money from his pockets. So he will shorten this scope. For example, I'm telling them, hey buddy, why don't you do the profiling for 50 objects and it's going to take you 3 months? Client is telling me, no, I don't have the budget for that. I can do it in 1 month. I tell them, okay, then let's do it for 15 objects, which are critical to you. And that's how we set up the expectation. Again, it depends on the project, on the lead.
Okay. So these negotiations happen way before the discovery phase.
Yeah. Not even this happens when any service partner bids with the client. Whenever you go for the bidding, if they are not simple, if they are not willing to pay you dollars, you have to reduce the scope. Otherwise, service partners will have to pay salary from their own pockets, and maybe someday we all will be sitting at home. So service partners can never let that happen,
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
If anyone
Just one thing, how do we take this output, like the end output? We export it from some option to the normal Excel or something? Like, how exactly we take the output?
When I create the profiler repository, there we have some tables, where where this information is storing all these scores. Okay, for this rule ID, this is the score. For this rule ID, this is the score. Then you consume that table in Power BI and you create the reports based on that. For example, I have 15 objects where I did the profiling. Then I will showcase it to my client leaders, client leadership. Hey, you are having 15 objects that are in scope for profiling. For this rule, you are having this issue. For this object, you are having this issue. These many vendors need the cleansing. So we will create some beautiful reports on top of that using Power BI.
But if, for example, there are add-ons will be there in the SAP, right? So in that way, how we can approach for that for data migration?
What add-ons?
Add-ons like some other systems will be there. Their data will be also there in that systems.
By
Like
add-ons,
for
do you mean custom fields?
like I mean to say that if we need to process shipment, so most of the companies will do the take the applications and they will connect by using the enhancements and everything. Like UPS services are there. So
See,
their system.
Anad, SAP is so smart. It has everything because SAP is business. I told you, like, whatever is required for a business, SAP has the means to do it. So there is nothing which SAP has left behind. That's the reason it's market leader in ERP systems. You name it, they have it. You want to do something like you have some custom functionalities you want to develop, you take the help of ABAPers, you can do it. Or they are not able to do it, you raise the tickets to SAP, they will do it, they will get it implemented. It's not a joke. Like SAP is a market leader for so many years, and they are literally forcing people to migrate to S4 HANA, and still people are willing to do it. Because if somebody has data in ECC, why will he spend? A single project usually costs somewhere close to 100 and 200 million dollars. Trust me, it's not a cakewalk. They have to spend a lot to migrate these datas. Why will they do it? Because SAP has everything. You name it, they have it. You want shipment, they have it. They don't have it, you create a ticket, they will help you. This is so reliable. So that's the reason there will always be the demand for SAP consultants. But good SAP consultant, not like someone who is having half knowledge in ABAP, half knowledge in SD, half knowledge in that. It's better to be the master of one thing than to be the jack of all trades. If you are into one thing, just learn that completely. Because there will always be demand. SAP will never be out of business.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a phase in the SAP Activate methodology for S/4HANA implementation? Option A, prepare. Option B, explore. Option C, realize. Option D, optimize. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Ready to master SAP S/4HANA Data Migration Consulting? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace with us. In this training, dive deep into SAP S/4HANA Data Migration Consulting. It's your toolkit for seamless data transitions, ensuring everything lands where it needs to be. We cover it all, from fundamentals to advanced techniques, crafted by seasoned experts. Our instructors are industry veterans, dedicated to your learning journey and here to support you every step. Join countless satisfied learners who have found our course invaluable. And the best part? It's budget-friendly, offering top-notch learning without the hefty price tag. Become a SAP S/4HANA Data Migration Consultant Pro today. Enroll now on our site. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Let me then start with dedupe. Please try to understand this because this is important. Dedupe is simply data deduplication. So where will this data deduplication come into play? When we have more than one source systems, and it will be for master data. Okay, I want to repeat myself. Data deduplication comes into picture when we have more than one source systems and it's for the master data. Now let's take an example. We have source, I can't write or what? We have source for UK, I have source US, now China, and then India. Okay. Now I am trying to migrate materials. Now UK has a material, say 00001, and the description can be like Pepsi. Now US is having 001, but it's like PepsiCo. Same thing for them. Same thing for this company, same for this. Then they can say like Pepsi China, and they can say something like and these guys can say Pepsi underscore India Limited. Okay. Now I know this material, this is a duplicate, right? Or it's not important, like this is one, this is one, this is one, this can be two, this can be three, this can be four, anything. This can be material number 100, this can be material number 200. But ultimately what's happening is I have my source data in 4 different legacy systems. Now I want to migrate my data to S4HANA system. The issue over here is I have duplicate materials. Now if I try to create material master in S4HANA for this PepsiCo, let me say like I can try and create, it will be like Pepsi material number 1, again PepsiCo material number 2. Let me take an example of Pepsi China as 3 and this as 4. So if I do not take data deduplication into consideration, I will end up creating 4 materials which are duplicates. Now, if you go inside this Pepsi, it will be having, for example, it will be having the same material type. All of these 4 materials will be having the same material type, same units of measure. Everything is same when it comes to the master data. Maybe let me take an example of same thing, Pepsi. Pepsi have a formula and they want to create 450 ml bottle. They have 450 ml bottle in US, UK, China, India, and they are doing their sales over there. They are selling it. But now they want to migrate to S4HANA system. Now I cannot migrate all these 4 Pepsi, PepsiCo, Pepsi China, Pepsi India Limited with the same data. The only difference can be, or it can also happen like Pepsi, 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 Pepsi. Everywhere it's Pepsi, but the material number is different. Now I cannot move my duplicate data to my S4HANA system. This is where the concept of data deduplication comes into picture. We simply call it data dedup. So what we do is like, we will create a report. We will pass this data. We have a cleansing transform, which we call as match. We will pass this data through the match transform. For example, now I have something like UK. There is material number 221212 and it's called Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola. Now, when I pass this data through my match transform in data services, what it will do, it will try to do something like this. Okay, let me take an example. 1. Please try to understand. I will push this data inside data services match transform. Then it will give me something like group. Then it gives me something like number. I'm not sure about these terms, but this is the logic it does. Then it will give me like percentage. Okay. Now what it does, if data services finds out, okay, this is a duplicate, this will give it a unique group. 1 1 1 1. It will give it 2. Okay. Then inside 1, it will give me something like 1 2 3 and 4, and this will be 1. Then it will consider one of the 4 as master. Let us take this is a master. Okay, it will assign it something like M, and then rest of the percentages will be corresponding to the master. For example, Pepsi Limited, Pepsi India Limited, and Pepsi China. How many characters or something? How much data is matching for the description? Say for example 50%, then it will give it a score 50. Say 45 is matching. Say 10% is matching. So it will try to give me a score. Now, whenever I have some group where I have more than one numbers assigned to it, I take it as a duplicate material. What I will do, I will send these materials to my business. I will tell them, hey buddy, I figured out you have duplicate data in your source system, and we cannot move all these four material to my target system, because now for my target system as for HANA, I'm not going to have UK, US, China, India. I have one source of truth. I will tell them, buddy, you have to tell me out of these four, which one would be a master material and which one would be a slave material, or which one of these materials is a winner material and which one of these materials is a loser material. Now let us take an example. They told me, hey, PepsiCo, that is coming from US, let's make it as master and the rest will be slaves. Okay.
One query is they have to mention that rule, like whatever is coming from US is the master, right? Because
It depends on the business. They can tell me, no, this is the master. It doesn't matter to me.
no, I
Business
mean, if we have some other entry, apart from this material one, we might have some other entry with description, not Pepsi, but with Coca-Cola, which are having different entries, like with different countries.
No, this cannot be Pepsi Limited and Coca-Cola cannot be duplicate.
No.
Right?
I'm just saying, like, we have row number 13, right? We will have 3 more rows, 14, 15, 16.
Okay.
And those rows are having Coca-Cola India, Coca-Cola US,
Okay.
Coca-Cola.
Okay. Let's take that example. This Coca-Cola. I say 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is like Coca-Cola US. This is Coca-Cola India. Something like this. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they have to give one specific rule, because if we have huge set of data, if they don't give one priority master rule, it's
No,
going to be difficult.
they have to give it. They have to, because
Yeah.
I do not want my master data to be a duplicate.
Yes.
Again, earlier when I was not having a duplicate here, I was not about to send them this data. But now, since you told me to add these things, now I will tell them, hey, buddy, these are also duplicates. Let's say this is a group number 2, this is group number 2. Then inside this, it will be 1, 2, and 3. Then let's say Coca-Cola India is the master. Then corresponding to this master, this is like 80% match. And this is say 70% match. Okay. Inside the data services, you can say something like, you can set the score. You can set a parameter. If the record is 50% matching, then consider it as a match. Then only it will assign it a group. If something is like CO, only co, it will not, if the match percentage is less than 50, it will not even take it as a match. It will take it as a unique something else. It will not take it into a group. We have to set the parameter inside the data services. Now, again, they have to tell me which one of these they want to move as the master data. Suppose they told me this is master, this is slave. Now I'm clear from the master data point of view. Whatever data is coming for Pepsi China, this will be the data in Mara and MAKT level, right? All the data that is corresponding to Pepsi and Pepsi China. This master data will flow from my legacy. This Coca-Cola US will flow from my legacy, and it will be there at the master data level. I am done and dusted here. I will not be migrating these records. Whichever has been mentioned as a slave, I will not be migrating them at the master data level. But what about the sales data? What about the pricing conditions? What about the downstream objects? Now, if I have I'm selling this Pepsi now. This Pepsi will not be there in the target system now, right? Pepsi China will be there. What will I do with the transaction data of this Pepsi, PepsiCo, Pepsi India Limited? If my header material is not there, see, whenever I migrate my data from SAP ECC to S4 HANA system, suppose I am only migrating Pepsi China and Coca-Cola US. Now, corresponding to Pepsi China and Coca-Cola US, whatever transaction data is coming up, we can migrate it, no issues. But now, when I am trying to migrate, say for example, MVKE data, when Pepsi and PepsiCo are not there in the target system, I cannot move it, right? Then what will happen to this data, to the slave data? What we do is, like, I will repeat each and every point, but if anyone has any questions, please speak up. This is very important. This is the most frequent asked question in interview. Trust me. What is data deduplication? Because this is very important for master data. Now what I will do is, I will create an Xref here. I will say like master. Now I'm going inside BODS. How do we handle this? I will say slave. Now I know from the legacy, let me name it as 102, let me name it as 909, and let me name it as 009, something like this. Now what I will do, I will keep a master as 909. For this, I will keep 909. Sorry. Master as 909. Now this will be my slave. I'm trying to create an Xref now. Now 102, this is like this, and then 9. It's like this. For these three material numbers, 909 is my master. What I will do is, I will create an Xref of this type. I'm showing you for only PepsiCo. Now I will be having this for Coca-Cola as well. Now for Coca-Cola, 1213 will be here. Okay, let me write it down. 1213 will be here and here. And on the left hand side, this is my slave. It will be here. It will be here, right? So what I am going to do, this Pepsi China, it will be at my header level. This will be in my Mara. This Coca-Cola US, it will be at my header level in my S4 HANA system. But now what will I do to my MVKE data, to my sales data? If I am using a pricing condition, I am moving bombs. How do I create a bomb? For example, let me take an example of bomb. In my legacy system, I had a bomb for this material. Now this material does not exist in the target system. How will I create this bomb now for this material? So what I will do, whenever I am trying to create data for the downstream objects or the dependent objects, I will chain the slave with the master. If in my legacy system, my bomb was created, my header material for the bomb was 001, I will change this to 909 in the target, because 0001 does not exist in the target system now, right? What exists is 9019. I do not want my transactional data to fail. For that reason, when I am doing the transformations, I will change these slaves to master and then load it into S4 HANA system. Let me take the case of a vendor. For example, I am trying to load business partners. I will again give you one more example for business partners. Now my business tells me, okay, this business partner is a master, and the second business one is master, two is loser or slave. So what I will do, one will go to my BOT 000 table or BOT 100 and something else tables. The moment I come down to my LFB1 table, I come to, let me take an example. This business partner is a vendor. The moment I go to my LFB1, I go to my LFBK, I go to my LFM1 tables, I will not be having two over there because two is a slave, right? I cannot have this two. Then what I will do, I will assign one to the legacy of, I will replace this two with one and attach it to one. Am I am I clear, or you guys are getting lost over here? I will
Repeat once again.
Yeah.
Okay. Now see, for example, I am trying to load Mara. then I am trying to load MVK. Okay, in my legacy, this is my legacy, this is my S4. In my legacy, my material number was 1, 2, 3, and 4. But I found out 1, 2, and 3, 4. These are duplicates. Now my business owner told me 2 is the master. So at the header level, Mara level, I will only be having 2, right? Now let me take an example. 1, 2, and 3 is having the sales data now in the legacy. If I'm trying to move sales data for 1, 2, 3, it would expect 1, 2, and 3 at S4. But 2, 1, and 3 we didn't move because they are duplicates. We only moved 2 here, right? 2, 1 and 3 are not there in S4 HANA system. Only 2 is there because 2 is the master material. 1, 3, and 4. Let me write 4 as well for your understanding. 1, 2, 3, 4 is the material in the legacy. We found out 1, 2, 3, 4 are duplicates. My business told me, okay, please go ahead and load header data, master data for only 1. Ignore 2, 3, 4 because those are slave materials. I'm done and dusted at the Mara and MAKT level. But now, when I am planning to load my sales data, sales org data, when I try to load 1, 2, 3, 4, only 1 will get loaded. What will happen to 2, 3, 4? 2, 3, 4 is not there in S4 HANA system, right? What will happen with that? See, I will again go down to the elementary level. Let me say you have MVKE data set up like this. This is your Matner, this is your sales org. Now your Matner one is assigned to sales org 0909. Your 2 is assigned to 908. Your 3 is assigned to 809, something like that, 809. And your 4 is assigned to 888. Okay, now this is your legacy data. When I migrated the header data, Mara data to S4 HANA, I am not migrating 1, 2, 3, 4. Why? Because 1, 2, 3, 4 are duplicates, and as aligned with my business, I will only migrate 1. Is till here we are clear?
Yes.
We will only migrate 1. Now, when I try to migrate 1, 2, 3, 4 ka sales data, I can only migrate for 1 because 2, 3, and 4, they do not exist. They do not exist at the header level. They do not exist. You can only migrate sales data when your material is present in Mara. Am I making sense till now? You can only migrate plant data when your material has initially been created in the Mara table. Your sales data can only move when your material is present in Mara. Mara is the first step. Now when 2, 3, and 4, they do not even exist at the Mara level, how you cannot move this 908, 809, and 8888 sales org data to S4 HANA system. Can you?
We have to use this lookup then.
Exactly. So what we will do is like this will be your legacy, but if I go to my target system, this is how the data will look like now. This will be like 1, 1, 1, and 1, and all these 4 sales org details will be assigned to this. What it means is initially PepsiCo China was dealing with this sales org, PepsiCo US was dealing with this sales org, India was dealing with this sales organization, China was dealing with this sales organization. Now these are duplicates. We will no longer consider them as 4 different materials in S4 HANA. It will only be 1. Okay. Then these 3 sales org I have to attach to this material now. If you do not do this, then you will lose data. We do not want to lose data at any point of time. There should be no data leakage when it comes to data migration. What if you do not move the sales org data of 809? See, now forget 1, 2, 3, 4 existed in the systems.
Now in S4 we are having one material with 4 different sales organizations.
Exactly, because this is just one material which was created in 4 different systems. US was having its own transactions with sales org 909, UK with 908, India with 809, and then China with 888. But now when these 4 are duplicates, I will not create duplicate entries in my S4 HANA system. So what I will do, I will only create one material out of these 4 which has been aligned with the business, and then I will move my sales or data to that particular matter. Now let me take an example of pricing. Now when you are, for example, you had the pricing data set up for material 2. Now 2 does not exist in the target system. What you will do, wherever 2 was in the legacy system, you will replace that with 1. It means if 2 had some pricing condition, going forward you will fulfill that pricing condition for 1, because 2 is a duplicate. We are not migrating 2. Is it clear, or you want me to go from scratch? I can explain this 500 times, because this is important.
I just have a couple of questions. One is regarding the deduplication. So they just need to as the duplication logic, right? Whether based on material and description combination, or is it based on only material from different system? They have to specify it, right? That is first thing I have.
Yeah. They will tell you, can you please give us the report based on the material description? Because for materials, there is no other way around, right?
Okay.
I can have different material numbers in different systems. It's not
Yeah.
like they have set up the systems in sync. Material number
Okay.
1 will be Pepsi in US. Same material number 1 will be Pepsi 500 ml in UK. No, it can have material number 202. Some can have.
And
Please go ahead.
yeah, and the second query I have is in the row number 2345, which you have like 001 material with different description. There can be a scenario like they want the same material to be created with different description. So we can use the language key and add the description to those particular things.
Please see, buddy. Language is something you are maintaining at the description level, MAKT level.
Yeah.
You can have a material in 100 languages. I don't care about that. But I do not want to create any duplicate material at the Mara level, because
Okay.
Mara is my source of truth. If you again go there and create a duplicate material, then we are losing the only, what do you call that? The only meaning of S4 HANA system, right? Again, we're migrating duplicate data.
Okay.
Guys, please speak up. Ask me 200 questions. I don't care about time, but please speak up. This is important.
One
When you
question.
please go ahead, sir.
In the legacy system, you are saying that 1, 2, 3, 4 is the material numbers are there, right?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay,
Yeah.
for different sales organization, right?
No, sir. I am saying Pepsi. Let's say this is Pepsi. Let me write it down. Pepsi USA, then China, then India. I am trying to say they created a material Pepsi 500 ml bottle, which is having material number 1 in UK, material number 2 in US, material number 3 in China, material number 4 in India. Now they can say like something like this: Pepsi 500 ml, or something like China, something like this, or sorry, UK. The reason I'm giving a different description is because I want to explain how this match transform in BODS works. Otherwise, what most of the clients do is like this: they will never add this UK over here. They will simply write something like this. But it may happen like there is a new data consultant who did something like _UK. What will you do? Nothing. You cannot tell him why do you did that, right? He just want to mention some other name. Or someone in US, he named it as 500 ml. Someone named it as Pepsi 500 milli, right? People can do this. Somebody can write something like 0.5 liter. Somebody can do this, right? Now I'm trying to tell is, what I'm trying to tell here is, material number, please don't go by the material number, because material number SAP can generate any material number. The point here is These are duplicates. These are being stored in 4 different SAP systems. There are 4 different legacy systems, and I'm trying to migrate data from 4 different legacy systems into one SAP S4 HANA system. I will not move 4 duplicate materials and create 4 duplicate materials in my S4 HANA system. No, I will not do that, because I should be having one source of truth. Now this sales org 909, this is for example, we have PepsiCo has a channel partner, say something like Accenture. They are supplying Pepsi to Accenture, so they have 909 sales org over there. The USA is supplying to some other sales org, say TCS, right? They have different sales organizations. But I will not create 1 2 3 4 909 809 809 888 and create duplicate entries at the header level. I will create only one material which has been aligned with the business, and then I will move the corresponding line items accordingly. Because if I only move one, I should only be able to move 909. But what will happen to these 3 sales orgs? I have to do business with them, right? In my system it changed, but down the line when I again do business, this should not change. I have to supply the same Pepsi 500 ml to 908 sales or 809 888. For me, it was just because of description or just because of 4 different source systems. I was doing business independently. Now take an example, there was a merger and acquisition. I was doing my business independently. UK was doing his business independently. Now we figured out, hey, these are the duplicates. Why will I have duplicate items in my S4 HANA system? I will create one material and I will supply to all these sales organizations. This is very important topic in master data. And it's very important not to have the duplicate items in your S4 HANA system.
So, two quick questions. First is, as in this situation of duplicate scenarios, the only place where we can look is XREF or a DDD document, right? Where we get to know who is a master.
No, sir. Please don't go into DDD as of now. Everything, data deduplications, all these data harmonizations, all these happens in the discovery phase. The moment I start my BODS, I ask you guys, please extract this table, do this. Then from there onwards, we are referring to DDD. We are doing all this to create the DDD. This is just the discovery phase. Information stewardship is a discovery phase. Data harmonization is a discovery phase. Data deduplications is a discovery phase.
So in this case, all these analysis, and after business decision, we identify one of the item as a master and other few are slaves. All this info sits where? And the reason I'm asking is, post that, if we want to upload the inventory level data, right? How do we know? Like, do we need to maintain XREF in an inventory template as well or not?
No. Don't go to inventory as of now. For example, for your inventory, you will be using the materials, right? In a legacy system, there was inventory had material number 2. But now material number 2 is not there in S4 HANA system. We will do as data migration consultants, we will change this 2 to 1 while migrating and migrate your inventory on 1. Because 2 does not exist now. 2 is 1. Everybody, this is just a pure case of polymorphism, a same material, different descriptions. But I will not create duplicates now in my S4 HANA system. Earlier, there were 4 different systems. I was forced to do that. But now I will not do it because I want my system to be like crystal clean.
Right, but when you say like the XREF where we will maintain this master, where do we maintain actually?
Okay. See, this XREF, I will create it temporarily. Then again, what functional consultants do, I have done it for BP, business partners, vendors, customers. Maybe, I'm not sure 100%, but they will be doing it same for materials as well. There is something called key mapping. It's an XML based mapping. What they do over there is they maintain this mapping. Okay, this was my loser material, this was my winner material. Because if at some point of time they want to map the two systems. They go to S4 HANA system and they check, hey, why is my material number one having four sales orgs, when in my legacy system it was only having one? Why is it having four? They go back to the key mapping, then they check, okay, one is a master of 2, 3 and 4. They will go back to their legacy systems and then they can relate to this. They can check like if the data is getting moved correctly. This xref I will temporarily create it in my HANA Studio. I will use it to migrate data. But what SAP functional consultants do, they will create key mapping for this, just to make sure we are aligned. Like this is the master, this is the slave. For this particular master record, this is the material number that should be there in the legacy if they want to backtrack it. Inside the ETL process, inside data services, when before migrating, after extracting, when we are doing the intermediate tasks like transformations, I will replace this material 2 with 1. How do I replace this 2 with 1? I will refer to my temporarily created table, which will tell me, hey, 1 is a slave. Okay, it exists in the slave column, right? Okay, what is the master for that? I will just replace this 2 with 1, and then when I'm creating my sales order data for a material, I will post this 908 to 1. Same goes for this 909. I will post it to 1. I will post 8881 to 888 to 1, because 2, 3 and 4 do not exist. This xref, any xref that is temporarily maintained in the HANA Studio, just for the sake of helping me to migrate my data, it will not be there in S4 HANA system. In S4 HANA system, they maintain the key mapping pairs. They have an object called key mapping. They maintain it over there, like, hey, this is the master, this is the slave for this particular material. This was the material that was maintained in my legacy system. They maintain all these details.
All this replacement will happen in HANA Studio.
Yes, we will
And
replace.
but is there any auto lookup? Because let's say when we run this activity at a material master level and we decided, okay, this is a master, this is a slave, but that can have replication on, like you mentioned, sales org data. It can have replication on inventory. So how do we get to? I mean, is it not easy to miss out this xref?
No. You know what happens is, like, this particular data, what they will do, they will mention it over here. I have already shown you the DDD, right? Here, inside the mapping, they will just mention it over here in the comments. Something like refer to Matner xref. Then inside this xref, they can give me one more xref. For example, xref for material number. Then inside this, they can give me something like legacy, not legacy. They can give me like master material, then slave material, and they can give me something like 1, sorry, 2, 3, 4. Here they will mention 1, 1, 1. So what does this mean? I will change this data accordingly. Everything will be mentioned here. I will not be doing anything on my own.
Correct. So this is the activity for the material master. So when we prepare,
okay, I got it. When you move to the downstream objects,
right?
Again there they will mention it, same thing. For example, I'm trying to migrate bombs. Now business knows, okay, if there are any duplicate, what do you call it, the functional owner, data owner, they know if there is any bomb where the material has not been migrated or it's a slave material, then they will again mention it in the material number column, refer to Matner xref. They will give me the same xref there in that particular DDD. So they will
Is there
mention.
not a tool for that? Because that's going to be like humongous task. Like
No, this is not humongous task, sir. It's not like humongous. They have to mention it, because how will we come to know inside pricing, inside BOM, inside equipment, inside inventory, like how this material number 2 does not exist. So they will, it's not like we have to prepare this xref every time. We will always have a master job for lookup tables, and we will always have a master job for XRF tables. Before any pilot migration, we will always keep this data handy, and inside our codes for BOM, pricing, inventory, equipment, we will have this logic setup. We don't need to worry later on, because inside the DDT they will be mentioning it. Hey, use the XRF for this.
Oh, so you mean in a HANA Studio, we once we have the X-ray for material master, that, and when we go to the downstream system automatically consider this X-ray.
Exactly. I will not create XRF for material type for material. Then if I am intending to use XRF for material type in some other object, I will not create it twice. No, this is something one-time activity per pilot, per mock. So we already have the code developed, and what we do is like we create this data in Excel files. We use those Excel files as source, and we dump it to our HANA Studio. For example, now I'm running in HANA Studio, maybe staging 4. Let's name like staging 4 is for my mock 1. I will run this data, and this data will be in my HANA Studio now. The moment I run my code for BOM, pricing, anything, equipment, anything, the XREFs will take care of this. The code will take care of this. I don't need to worry.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Okay, now I guess once we will reach there, I guess that will be more clear.
I will show you. Yeah, I will definitely show you.
Okay,
but
thank you.
Here, no problem. But here, what I want you guys to understand is what is data deduplication, why do we do data deduplication, and what happens to the line items. Master data, everybody knows. Okay, I will move the master, I will drop off the slave. But how do we migrate this line items for that slave later on? That we need to take care. You cannot migrate the master, and whatever line item, plant, sales org is there for the slave, you cannot leak that data. If you leak any data, you are losing dollars, euros, and that's not what a client expects us to do.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the function of the SAP S/4HANA Migration Object Modeler? Option A, to create custom migration objects. Option B, to design user interfaces. Option C, to generate ABAP code. Option D, to manage database tables. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Ready to master SAP S/4HANA Data Migration Consulting? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace with us. In this training, dive deep into SAP S/4HANA Data Migration Consulting. It's your toolkit for seamless data transitions, ensuring everything lands where it needs to be. We cover it all, from fundamentals to advanced techniques, crafted by seasoned experts. Our instructors are industry veterans, dedicated to your learning journey and here to support you every step. Join countless satisfied learners who have found our course invaluable. And the best part? It's budget-friendly, offering top-notch learning without the hefty price tag. Become a SAP S/4HANA Data Migration Consultant Pro today. Enroll now on our site. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.